This isn't Bible study. Sorry. That's one stream over. You can find that in the next stream. I'm sure there's plenty of Bible study streams for you out there in the great big wide world. But yeah, you can't find that here. Sorry. Whoopsie. It's alive! It's alive! Hello there, TJ. How's it going? That's going pretty good. Went and saw a little stage production of Little Shop of Horrors at a little local theater that I'd never been to, but always kind of wanted to go to. When I found out Little Shop of Horrors was playing, I figured that was probably the one, because I always liked the 80s version of the film. I never really cared too much for the Roger Corman one from the, I think, 50s. Or maybe it was the 60s. But I always liked the 80s musical, which is based on the stage show. And so I decided to go check it out, and a good old time. How was my day? Yeah, pretty good. I gotta say, it was not, whatever. Never mind. I don't want to shit on, like, local actors and shit. Globalist TJ, that's right. I did get in a little spat earlier, I guess. I don't really consider it a spat, I suppose, but there was a little kerfuffle. A little kerfufflage? Yeah. Here, I'll show it to you. Let me, I gotta follow the thread of it. What the fuck? Why don't you just organize it by response? Hold on. I have to fucking figure this bullshit out. Uh-huh. Give me a second here. This works just fine on my phone, but here on the desktop version, it's like a shit show, so. Hold on. All right, I guess it'd be easier to just go over here, set this so I can see my responses too. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. I think this is a good... Yeah, here we go. So here's what's going on my Twitter. I had a... Last night I was just like, I need to tweet some real shit. I need to delve deep. And I see you there, Matthew. I'm not ignoring your super chat. I'll get to it in just 1 second. So I'm there, right? I decide I'm just going to tweet some real shit, right? So I said, borders are stupid and we should unite as a species. Which I feel like should be a pretty obvious sentiment. But for some reason that, who knows why, this triggered Shoe on Head bad. And she's like, go be a globalist somewhere else. And I was like, all right. I don't even know what. What's going on? And so I said, when you and Greg broke up, you cited the border between you as an issue that was difficult to surmount. Did you not? Which she did. They both did. She said, yeah, but that wasn't the only issue, which I never said it was. Nor did that make us pro-abolishing borders, LMAO. Well, I never said it did. Obviously, it didn't. Clearly not. Even after these artificial separations of mankind enforced through state violence caused you direct injury, you still defend them. Caused you direct injury? Stop being parasocial. I'm parasocial for citing the publicly given reason for your very public breakup after you responded to my tweet. Bit of a stretch, but okay. It wouldn't even make a difference if it was the only reason, so it's irrelevant. Open borders is impossible and stupid utopian dream, and as a wise man once said, a Koch brothers conspiracy. I call him Koch. I don't know if that's accurate. So then I fucking posted Alex Jones ranting and raving because that's what she sounds like to me. She said yes and, so basically just like embracing it. I guess this dude said horseshoe and got immediately blocked. It's like, okay. What? I think Vosh also responded to this shit too. He just like shoe. She's like, no. So I don't know. Bunch of Twitter bullshit. I don't really know what the fuck is going on there. So that's why this dude tweeted globalist TJ at me, or this guy donated globalist TJ for $4.99. Anyway, Matthew gave $5. It says, Matthew Krecklau and Devin Krecklau, thank you kindly for 10 years of YouTube hilarity. That is you, hi, DP, DFF, and TAA past and present. Praise Kathu. Thank you. I appreciate your donation. Slow Loris. Here's your streaming positive reinforcement. Thank you. Appreciate it. I found a lot of people wrote me and were saying that I need to like go after Shu or whatever because she's like a nationalist, and I mean she pretty much is, I guess. But I don't really feel like that's the battle to be had right now. I don't think globalism of the sort that I'm talking about is you know in any sort of immediate threat of happening. So I don't know if it's the battle to be fought at the moment. I think that I'd rather fight on Shu's side and get health care and shit first. But yeah, at some point, probably not in our lifetimes, this battle will have to be hashed out. Probably between future iterations of people who think like we do. And I'll win. I'll be long dead, but I'll win this fight in the long run. I mean, if you just look at the trajectory of humanity, I mean, we went from tribes to villages to cities to city-states to nation-states. And now it's like we're already globally connected economically. I mean, it's just a matter of fucking time. Let's be real. The globalists will win. The question is it going to be a populist globalism or is it going to be a corporate globalism? This is the question hanging over a lot of issues, is where the power will be vested. In my opinion, it should be vested with the people, and it should be vested with the people of the planet. I don't believe that there should be any artificial lines that constrain our movements. I look at a picture of the globe and I can't see any lines in it. Seems like that's something we made up. Seems like it's something we could easily erase. But whatever, you know. I don't know. To police states. Did you see that Repsion is bisexual? I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I mean, yeah, I saw. Good for him. I think it's good that he was able to come out after all this time. I guess he lost some subscribers and stuff over it. Shows you there's still some prejudiced people out there, which is gross. I don't think that this is the fight worth having at the moment. But I, just to throw it out there, yeah, I don't believe in borders. Some people said, well, if you don't believe in borders, then, obviously you don't mind if I just walk right into your house. It's like, hey, well, I feel like that might be a little different, but what do I know? New York City meetup win. I'm hoping to do that this year, honestly, or maybe early next. But yeah, I really do want to do a New York City meetup. Did you guys would know this better than me. Did DP ever do a meetup after we left? Like, has there been a DP meetup since then? Dude, anyone who's watching that Floyd Mayweather versus Logan Paul debacle is just like the world's biggest dupe. I can't believe that there's going to be literally millions of people tuning in to watch that garbage. I guarantee that no matter what happens, you're not going to be happy. Like, is there any fucking positive outcome? I honestly don't even believe that they're having a real fight. I think it's just I think the fix is in. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Logan Paul wins, like, knocks out Floyd Mayweather, because, they're obviously trying to, like, spin this yarn. I mean, everyone, pretty much after the last fight he had, everyone was saying it looked fixed. But now they're just doing it again and again. It's like, how many fucking times are you gonna fall for it? That hat snatch bullshit was total nonsense. They're both gonna make a fucking goddamn fortune off your stupid asses, too. So don't fucking fall for it. Come on. Like, just don't be stupid. It's really not very hard. Mayweather would have to be paid so much to lose, though. Oh, what, like the $100 million he's making? Title of stream says feed you, so here you go, TJ. Thank you, Vulpus Redtail. Very kind of you. I appreciate that. I don't want it. Someone just literally sent me this fight. I don't want this stupid fight. I'm not interested. I'm really not. Yeah, I mean, I'll fucking, I'll watch whatever clip gets thrown up on Twitter, and that'll be my exposure to it. That's all I need of that bullshit. And even then, I'll probably just go, eh. Maybe I'll show you my true lizard form next time I do one of these. $100 million is nothing to a boxer. Mike Tyson blew through $300 million. I mean, $100 million is something to anyone. Just because Mike Tyson is an idiot that couldn't manage his money doesn't mean Floyd Mayweather is. I think Floyd Mayweather. I mean, 100 million, like, to a boxer today is a shit ton of money, right? Because, like, Mike Tyson was the heavyweight champion when boxing was still, like, the biggest combat sport there was. Now UFC has totally supplanted it. Now boxing is basically just a fucking, like, a carnival spectacle with fucking Logan Paul. So, I don't know. I think boxing's kind of done. I think this is the dying gasp of boxing. Yeah, I don't care who you are. 100 million is a thing. The only person to whom like 100 million is not a thing is someone like on the Bezos level, where it's like 100 million. Oh, you lost 100 million today. You made 100 million today. Slow day, huh? Like, you know, I've been to boxing matches, you know. I went and attended, like, you know, amateur, you know, boxing. I guess it's not amateur, but like, you know, the bottom of the pros, you know, where they just it's like two people who can barely fucking box being watched by a bunch of drunks, you know, who are just there to bet on fights. You know, like middleweight shit and all that. Saw some at a casino. They're all right, I guess. I'd see him again. You guys see that shit where Trump was wearing his pants backwards? That was pretty fucking funny. I honestly think the motherfucker does it on purpose. Because think about it. Here, I'll put it on the screen so you guys can see what I'm talking about. In case anyone hasn't seen. Excuse me. Look at this shit. What do we do? What's going on here?
Mr. President, thank you so much. You know, and go back to 2016.
I think the motherfucker does it on purpose. I think the motherfucker literally is just like, all right, how do I get my fucking ass in the headlines? How do I get people to pay attention? Huh? Put my pants on backwards. Look like a fucking dipshit. Because you know what? I know my fan base will 100% support me. I know all my haters will blast it all over the fucking internet. And the news media will probably pick up on it and be like, Trump wears pants backwards. But really, it's just like keeping his name out there. Making sure everyone remembers Trump, 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 Trump. In the fifth, Logan's ass goes down. Lol. Dude. You're buying into it. Thanks for the $5, but you're getting suckered. Like, what is he doing? Why is he... Dude. So the two theories are, one, he put his pants on backwards because he's gone mentally. Two, it's like special pants for his little depends and stuff because he pisses and shits himself. I think it's just, to me, it looks like a normal ass pair of pants that he's just wearing backwards. Just like the way it's cut. Because you can tell when you look at like the crease that there's supposed to be a butt there. Whenever someone posts inspirational quotes from Jeff Bezos, I want to throw up in my lap. It's usually pyramid schemers, IG thoughts, and failed artists. That's from Sergio Ribeiro. I've actually never seen anyone post a inspirational Bezos quote. I guess I don't travel in those circles, and thank God I don't, because I think I'd puke too. It's Biden that's gone mentally. He's just trolling, bro. See, this is what I'm talking about. Trump defenders like Cynic literally don't care that this motherfucker is so stupid that he put his pants on backwards. So they will instantly defend him. And idiots like me and you and everyone else will fucking talk about him. So this is probably just, I literally think Trump put his pants on backwards. Not even to troll, but just to keep his name in the fucking news, because we all know his little blog that he tried to do not too long ago. He fucking had to, it folded because no one was there. It was too much of an embarrassment for him to have such an underperforming blog, so he just dropped it. He's gonna launch some social media shit, probably. I think what Trump really needs to do is get back into broadcasting. I think he needs to fucking put together some kind of show. I think that's what he really needs at this point. Like a Trump podcast, maybe. Maybe he sits down and you know, talks to other conservative bootlickers and they just like kiss his ass and talk about how great he is and how smart. You fell for it again, oopsie. I mean, I don't know that, I guess, you know, even announcing what it is that I fell for, I did still technically fall for it, so. I think that level of complex thinking is too much for Trump, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. One thing he was always good at was playing the media like a cheap fiddle, so. If you put your pants on backwards, do you still zip the back? I'm assuming that the only way this could have happened is if he doesn't unzip his pants to pull them on and off. Like, it has to be the case. I mean, like, that's the thing. Is like, it's just really hard to imagine that this motherfucker put his pants on backwards without realizing he was doing it. So, I don't know. Trump fans don't know what a podcast is. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, you can just plop it on YouTube. They can figure that out. Trump is in the minds of the American psyche. Why does everyone keep talking about him instead of Biden? Like, people are basically asking for Trump to get reelected with all this free media. I think it's just because Trump is inherently a more compelling figure than Biden. Because Trump, whatever you want to say about him, is a character, and Biden is not a character. Biden is like the absence of a character. Biden is like as bland as could be. Even when you try to figure out some angle where Biden is interesting, he's hard. But honestly, I feel like his boringness kind of plays in his favor. Especially at this point. I feel like everyone who hated Trump and viewed Biden as the anti-Trump, I think part of it is that he's boring. I think a lot of people just wanted a boring president again. Because Obama was certainly a pretty boring president. He ran as a dynamic president, but he governed as a pretty dull president. So I think that I think a lot of people actually like Biden's boringness. Shame. Biden sometimes is a character, not in the way that Trump is, though. Like, come on, not really on that level. I think a lot of people wanted a boring fucking president, honestly. Like, you know? I think people had enough excitement in the Trump years. A maskless MAGA turd was in my store yesterday harassing and making fun of mask customers. My coworker chased him out and yelled, "Shut up, stop harassing customers and get out." That was awesome. Cool. Sometimes you gotta hit him with a broom. You know how that goes. Thanks for the $9.99. Let's see. Hold on. What do we got here? This will piss Chelsea off. Better call Paul. Oh, you want to take it over again? What, Chelsea? Hey, Chelsea. This is Chelsea loves Billie Eilish. This is an article about how her new shit's not doing so well. Move it a little over here. I want to get Chelsea's reaction to this as a fangirl. Hey, I want to get your reaction to this Billie Eilish story about how her new shit's not, like, doing well. Yeah, get on here.
Okay. The official Billie Eilish fan.
Yeah, I want your impression of this as a Billie Eilish fangirl.
Okay.
Billie Eilish's latest single, Lost Cause, is an actual lost cause. Image change from slacker to femme fatale may be cause. I think there's too many causes in the fucking headline. Billie Eilish, the teen phenomenon with 7 Grammy Awards for 2020 and more still this past year, is having a tough time on the charts right now. On Thursday, she dropped her latest single called Lost Cause following a disappointment with Your Power. Now Lost Cause seems like an actual lost cause. The single has sold just 2,600 downloads, pushing it down to number 25 on iTunes. With streaming, the number is higher, 53,800, but on Spotify's global viral chart, Lost Cause is at number 13. It simply didn't take off.
Number 13 is like a disappointment.
I mean, I guess.
In the whole world. Okay.
Eilish and her brother Phineas have certainly demonstrated their hit-maker abilities, and Eilish is popular as ever, but a change in image from slacker girl to pinup last month in Vogue, going platinum blonde with a Marilyn Monroe hairstyle, may have been too much of a jolt for her loyal followers. That's the only explanation for this abrupt sales drop.
Okay.
And Billie will be continuing that image change in her second album coming July 30th called Happier Than Ever. Her fans may not like her being so happy.
I hate whoever wrote this. Roger Freeman.
You don't like Roger Friedman?
I'm out to get you, bro.
You're out to get him?
Yeah.
What are you going to do to him?
I don't know. I just hate the way he wrote that.
Why?
Like,
what's your objection?
Lost Cause at number 13 just didn't take off. I just feel like number 13, like worldwide fucking music. So, I don't know. That sounds like an accomplishment. It might not be number 1, but I would still be proud of a number 13.
Why isn't it number 1 though, Chelsea?
I don't know.
What's wrong with it?
I like the new song.
Let's see.
You know what though?
It's trending on number 5 on YouTube, which is another major streaming place.
29 million views on YouTube, and it came out 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Like, how is that bad?
I think you might be right on this one.
Yeah. I will agree. I didn't like the what was it? Your Power. I didn't like that song very much. But
Yeah.
I mean, she's come up with several songs that I'm just like, yeah, I'm not into that one, and I don't listen to that one.
Gotcha.
But I like Lost Cause. But I will say it reminds me of the other one she released where she was
I'm not your friend.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
where she was in the mall.
Yeah, they do have a similar
Like,
vibe.
Both of those songs sound kind of the same.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not lyrically like close, but like the vibe of it. I like the video of Lost Cause too. Even though, like TJ said, it's kind of cheap. Like they're just,
Yeah, I
you
don't
know, a bunch of girls in an Airbnb dancing. But like, I don't know, it was fun. Whatever.
So you fucking think that Roger Friedman here is a dipshit? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's obvious that like.
Are you throwing? I mean, are you willing to throw down the gauntlet and say that that you're gonna fight Roger Friedman?
I don't know. I have to see what he looks like.
All right, let's see if we can.
That black guy.
Yes,
For a
this is
second, I
him.
was like, no, I'm not fighting that guy.
There he is.
He looks tough as fuck. I don't know who that is, but.
It looks like there's supposed to be a picture of his dumb ass.
Yeah.
Here, let me see if I can find this fucker. Here's this.
I don't know. All the people that. Oh, it's.
It's 404 when I try to go there.
Look, it's called Roger Friedman Showbiz 411.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to fight that guy. Look
gonna-
how tiny it is. I can fight that guy.
Oh yeah, you definitely could kick that
I
dude's
could
ass.
fight that guy for sure.
All right, Roger Friedman, you heard it here.
No weapons.
Chelsea's coming to kick your
Mano
fucking
y
ass.
mano.
Mano y mano, motherfucker.
Yeah. Yep.
She's coming for you. Urgh.
Yeah.
My hair messier. It looks too fucking neat. That's better.
Did you tell him about the show we saw?
Yeah, a little bit.
Cool.
I was gonna shit talk. Is it okay? You think it's okay to shit talk one of the actors or no?
Yeah, just don't name them.
Okay. So the guy that played Oren Scrivello,
Yeah.
DDS,
Not great.
was not too good, I would say. I remember Paul told me a bunch of times that the song Mushnik and Son, it was a shame that it was cut from the movie. And I have to say, after seeing it, I have to agree. It was a real crowd pleaser too. It's really strange they would like cut that one out of there.
Yeah, a lot of people laughed at that one.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oren? Oh, I didn't even know he was named Oren.
Yeah, Oren
I always
Scrivello.
just called him the dentist.
Oren Scrivello is the name of the character.
What do you think was wrong with that actor specifically? Like, I know he didn't do the song well, but...
So, I actually feel like he did the death scene pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, he played it, like, I kind of got what he was going for with it when he was doing that scene, but, like...
That's true.
The whole intro with him and shit... Maybe it's just because I fucking love
Steve
Martin's fucking...
He does it
like, it's,
so well.
Everyone else I was able to be like, forget the movie, just fucking...
Yeah.
Just, you know...
Well, he didn't make it his own.
Yeah, you know, and...
So the memory of Steve Martin just overrode him.
Here's a problem, too, is, like, look at how cool Steve Martin looks in that leather jacket and shit. Like, this dude just looked like a fucking neckbeard wearing, like, a shitty pleather fucking...
me,
it didn't even look like a motorcycle jacket, you know what I mean?
No, it didn't. To me, the guy who played him looked like... kind of, like, really autistic.
Yeah.
Like, he
Well,
could
wait,
not...
no, don't say that.
Why?
Because that's going to be... someone's going to get offended.
Well, I'm not trying to be mean, but, like, he, like, couldn't make eye contact with anybody on stage, and it was, like, obvious that he was just trying really hard to remember his lines.
Yeah, he fucked up his lines a few times.
Yeah,
so.
he's the only person who fucked up his lines in the whole play, and he did it a couple times.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm not saying an autist as, like, an insult, but, like, I've seen other autistic people, like, have the same kind of eye movement where, like, it's like they're almost are looking inside of their brain. Like, they look up and, like, back. Like, where's the info at?
So I guess Paul wants to... Paul, are you serious about wanting to jump on here?
That would be cool. I really would like to talk to Paul about the show.
Yeah, because you're Paul. You've been on.
We talked about Paul a lot today.
Yeah,
Because
you
he's
were
been
in there.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Little shop of horrors.
Little shop. Audrey was really good. Seymour was really good.
Yeah, they were both good.
And I got a picture with both of them. I posted it on Instagram.
Yeah, if you want to see Chelsea with the.
You could put it on here if you want.
Yeah, I guess I can. Instagram is kind of weird on desktop. Offended? Who gives a crap? I don't know. I mean, whatever.
I know what he's trying to say. He just didn't want me to use it as like a pejorative, I guess. But I'm not.
Also, I have like a million fucking spurgs in my damn audience.
Yeah.
So I don't need them fucking coming at me on that shit.
Well, they can come at me, I guess.
Come at Chelsea, not me.
All right, here's a picture of me with the actors who
Yeah.
played Seymour and Audrey today.
Yep. There you go.
They were super nice, too.
Super nice.
Yeah. They were, like, really excited that someone, like, wanted to talk to them, it seemed like.
Yeah, because I was just like, whoop.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
I don't want to fucking talk to nobody. Let me through. I appreciate you guys put on a show for me and stuff, but I don't want it.
Yeah.
I just want to go.
It was nice. The theater was very tiny.
Maybe a heart.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
Go heart my picture, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cute. They were good. That guy looks like really young, but he's not that young.
I think he's like 29 or something.
Really? Is that what it said in the
I
program?
feel like it said that in the playbill. Or
well,
what the fuck it's
when
called.
I was up close, he had gray in his hair. So I was
wow.
like, yeah, he has like spurts of gray.
Well, he must be a little prematurely gray.
Yeah. Because he looks really young. He could have been a teenager, honestly. Like, from our seats, like, I was like, is this guy like 19?
Spurgs, rise up. Don't rise up. Please don't.
The guy who played Audrey 2 was really good.
Yeah.
The puppet was a little beat up.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. The puppet was a little, I don't know.
The puppets were a little beat up because there's like obviously like 4.
Yeah. There's at least 3.
TJ walking on eggshells around his autistic audience. Dude, you know how they are when they get on you, though.
They get very upset.
Yeah, you know, and they get fucking real fucking, you know, they're intense, man. They get intense. What does Chelsea think of Lana Del Rey, who is stylistically similar to Billie Eilish? Some fans accuse Billie Eilish of ripping off Lana Del Rey.
I don't think they're close at all, and I'm a fan of both of them.
Why don't you think they're close? They both do that. I think it's because they both do that whispery singing, though. Like, they both do that, like, you know, I'm gonna sing, but I'm gonna do it real quiet. You know what I mean? Like, they don't fucking, like, belt it out. They, like,
guess.
sing kind of soft.
I think Lana is more of a...
Lana's more sultry.
Yeah. I don't know. I really don't even think of them as that similar.
Really?
Like, their voices are very different to me.
Well, that
Billie's voice is more, like, held back, it feels like. And Lana, I guess she doesn't belt out like Christina Aguilera or some shit, but she's more, what am I trying to say? Not normal, but like, I don't know. She sings more like other people, I feel like.
Feed me. Does it have to be human? Feed me. Does it have to be mine? I love Paul's story about
Feed me.
Paul tells a story about how there was a fucking guy that you know, when he was doing his high school production of Little Shop of Horrors, there was a dude who was cast as Audrey too because he had a really deep baritone voice.
Another super chat.
And apparently, though, he could not get couldn't put the hot sauce on it, though. And he would sing it like, feed me Seymour, feed me all night long, you can do it, Feed me, Seymour. And then the drama teacher would be like, yeah, okay, but you need to like put like a little more jazz in it. Oh, I see, yes. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. It's like, oh my God. So
Too
Paul
classical.
ended up doing it. Paul ended up doing both the Mushnik role and the Plant role.
I can definitely see Paul as motion.
Can I get a name for this playlist? All right, I'm going to fucking show you guys what the fuck is going on here, all right? So listen, there is a YouTube channel, okay? And that YouTube channel is called White Bat Audio. Here, I'll put them on. This is probably a little easier to see in this one. White Bat Audio, okay? I'm subscribed to this channel. They have numerous royalty-free, no copyright, background music kind of stuff. Here, I'll give it a thumbs up because I use it all the time. This is 2.5 hours of John Carpenter-style retro synth mix. There's a bunch of other of these mixes on the channel. So, yeah, this guy's got some great stuff for you to use. If you're a streamer or whatever, this is great background shit, I feel like. I feel like it's super enhances stuff, but it's not obtrusive. Now, I will say this. When he says John Carpenter style, a lot of times what that means is he basically stole John Carpenter compositions and altered them enough to avoid copyright on them. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's John Carpenter style.
Yeah. So it's not like, you know, I was inspired by John Carpenter. It's like I stole from John Carpenter and, you know, altered it enough. But, hey, whatever. He's cool. He gives his stuff out for free. You can stream it. I love him. He's a good guy.
Is Paul coming on?
I guess not.
Okay.
But whatever. So that's what's going on with this playlist. You sent me a link to a quiz on Twitter. All right, I guess I'll vet that really quick. If it seems legit, we can do it. That's not a quiz.
Damn. He's sending all kinds of nasty shit.
I mean, look pretty good to me, whatever. If you can pass this cooking quiz, you're probably a chef. Oh my God. So here's where I'm going to embarrass myself probably. All right, so I'm gonna prove how far I have to go as a chef, I guess. Or as a home cook. I don't really want to call myself a chef. But I guess maybe this will tell me if I am. So, hold on. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, we got another super chat come in there. This is from Sergio Ribeiro again. Thank you for your many generous donations over the course of the stream so far. What do you think of Quentin Tarantino saying he might retire now instead of making one more film? Will you read his Once Upon a Time in Hollywood novel? I haven't even heard of the novel. I've yet to see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Oh, Paul said he will come on. He's just trying to set up, so whatever.
Sweet.
I'll bring you on after I do this quiz, I guess. If you're willing to wait just a minute. So I'm supposed to fucking... I'm gonna embarrass... Here, let's whatever, fucking embarrass myself. Shut up. Don't be fucking laughing at me.
I'm not laughing at
Alright, it's the matchsticks, right?
Don't get to know yet?
Bouillabaisse. Bouillabaisse. Whatever. Is French for what type of stew? Fish? Yeah. When you cook your pasta al dente, what should the texture be? Firm yet tender. Foods that are poached are cooked with what? Water. What is the name of the person who makes sauces in a professional kitchen? Saucepertise, baby. Saucier. How should steak tartare be cooked? It's fucking raw. It's steak tartare. What the fuck? Which of the following foods is not banned in the United States? I don't... Okay. This was wrong on that one. Which of the following is an ingredient found in many Indian dishes?
Wow.
I mean, okay.
Most people know that, I feel like.
I feel like this is a test for idiots. Whipping egg whites will result in what? Meringue. What is an airline breast of chicken? I don't know this. A chicken breast with the first wing bone still attached. Butterfly chicken breast, deboned chicken breast with the skin still on. I have no idea.
The wing bone. I
Continue.
guess that makes sense.
What is Beurre Blanc? Butter sauce made... See, there's another one I don't know. A butter sauce made from shallots, butter, and white wine. A butter sauce made with vinegar, butter, and lemon juice. A butter sauce made from flour and butter. So that would be a roux, so it's definitely not that. I'm going to assume it's probably one of these two. I'm going to go with that. I was wrong.
I was guessing that just because that means
What
white
are
butter.
sweetbreads? I think it's intestine? But it
What?
might be the
Really?
thymus.
Ugh, why is it called sweetbread?
I guess because it has a texture like it. Damn, should have went with thymus. When you coat a food in flour and breadcrumbs before frying, it's called dredging. What are canapé? Savory dessert pastries, meat and cheese trays, small open-faced sandwiches. Well, if it's this, I don't know. Never heard of it. I guess I got it right on accident. A classic bisque soup contains rice and what type of protein? Classic bisque. I mean, it feels like it can contain any of those. I guess I'll go with that. I feel like it usually is a seafood thing. Coq au vin is a classic French dish with what as the main ingredient?
I think you know what this is based off one of my stories.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
I guess I don't.
baby.
I don't remember the story, I guess.
Remember? You know this cock.
What?
Oh, jeez.
What the hell are you talking about, you psycho?
How do you not remember? Okay.
You're a psycho. Surf and turf. Yeah, meat and seafood. Everyone knows this. You'd be a damn idiot. What type of cookware is stir-fry traditionally cooked in? Wok. What type of dessert is a spring-form pan typically used to make? Angel food? No, cheesecake. Okay. I never made cheesecake. This type of cookware is ideal for melting chocolate, making custard, and making holiday sauce. I think it's double boiler? Yeah. Calculating result. Get result.
Huh?
Take this shirt survey to see your result. Fuck you, whatever.
Well,
I got
no.
most of them right. I already saw. I got 2 wrong. I'm definitely a fucking brilliant chef or whatever. Or maybe it was 3 wrong.
Why only 2 genders?
Dude, don't fucking do this.
Oh, man.
Who cares? Fuck them.
So, you don't remember my cock story?
No, you gotta tell me the cock story. But let me bring Paul on while you're doing it.
Okay. So, when I lived in Quebec, I lived on a dairy farm, and I was responsible for taking care of the small animals like the chickens.
Uh-huh.
And one day I came home and from a walk, and there was like blood and feathers like everywhere.
Blood and feathers.
And then I was like, fuck. So I just turned around and kept walking. And then that Sunday we had a big family dinner. And the mom of the house, she, like most people, didn't speak the best English up there, so it was very pieced together. And she served me a dish of chicken, and she said, "You know this cock?" And I said, "No merci." No thanks, I don't want that. I'm not eating my friends. So yeah, coq au vin, that's chicken and wine. Vin is wine.
Vin, yeah.
Cock is chicken.
Summon forth the old crank. All right.
I got all of them right too, Corey.
Fucking, what is this? I don't want this. Get out of here.
TG got a super chat.
Hold on.
Ah, man, it's your best buddy.
TJ's favorite.
It's Glurgy.
Hey,
TJ,
Paul.
I'm pretty stoned.
You
should
sound
know
like
this.
it.
All right, off the tops.
Cool.
I've been.
Paul's got Gurgy fucking up in here.
My bad. You want me to change it? Does
Yeah.
that make you uncomfortable?
Get rid of it.
You
Throw,
don't like this. You don't like this. What do I?
throw it in the trash.
Throw it in the trash.
Throw it in the fucking trash.
All right, dude. I'll change it. I'll change it. Don't need to be mean about it, TJ. Don't need to be mean.
You should be a sumo wrestler, TJ. That is all. Thanks, buddy. I'll
That'd be
take that under
funny.
very serious advisement.
I'd like to see you in the like sumo thong thing.
So yeah, I gotta
Oh,
say
what?
that you were right, Paul. It is bullshit that they cut Mushnik and Son out of the fucking movie.
Right? Isn't it
Yeah.
a great fucking song?
Yeah, we liked it.
It's
Hold
it's
on,
funny.
I have to adjust some fucking volume settings here to
Oh.
Oh, okay.
get you in a little better. Because I had the board sound down for the music, and there we go. All right, and it'll be better now.
Hey. Okay. Yeah, no, I know. It's a crowd pleaser of a song. Develops Mushnik and Seymour's relationship a little bit, you know, kind of like.
Yeah, and I gotta say the
Right.
dude that played Mushnik in our show was pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like an older dude, which I guess is
It's a
appropriate
bigger.
for
It's
the
a
role.
big. Yeah, it's a bigger role than it is in the movies.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Although I do love the
He's-
dude that played Mushnik in the movies. He just has like a nice, like, it's like an affable scumminess. You know
Oh
what I mean?
yeah. Well, that's how Mushnik should be played. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like a dude that's.
Do you feel like he
he's-
wasn't that today?
No, he was. He was good.
Oh, okay.
No, he definitely, he was a good, I mean, he was one of the better ones, I think.
He
like.
was.
Yeah.
The
So
main
you guys,
cast was really good, honestly.
you had a good Audrey and a good Seymour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
really like, super pleased with the dude doing the Audrey 2 voice.
Yeah.
Like, he was really
He
good.
did great. He
Because I've seen some, I kind of watched a little bit of the ones that were like on YouTube to kind of like get an idea. And I would say he was better than most of the ones I saw on there. So
Cool.
sound a little closer to the movie version. And I did keep thinking about your story though about the feed me Seymour, feed
yeah,
me
dude.
all night long. You can do it.
That poor bastard.
you
Who-
saved
he
the
just-
day, Paul.
Yeah.
Who fired that
He just
dude?
had no chance. Who fired him?
Yeah, did the drama teacher have to be
Well,
like, it's not
yeah,
working out?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like it had a. We did one show with him.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he was
Yeah,
fired
yeah,
before
yeah.
you guys even did a show.
Oh no! It was last minute shit. Because she worked with him. We did one show, didn't work out. He didn't want to do it again, and she didn't want him to do it again, so it worked out.
I see. And we got some super chats here. Billy Boy Blue says, and here appears one of thy old gods, Paul of the Parketh. Okay. Thanks for the $5.
Nice.
Mr. Naughty Priest popped in with his usual $50
Woo.
What a
drop.
fella.
It says, hi, TJ. Hi, Mr. Naughty Priest.
Hey, Mr. Naughty Priest.
Yeah, man, it was pretty fucking cool. I've never been to a fucking little theater like that before. A
It
little,
was tiny.
little 90 chair fucking thing.
And we were packed in there.
Only
You
problem,
guys liked it.
yeah, a bunch of old people in there though.
You should do it more often.
Yeah, I think I will.
Yeah, they have their next show is Clue,
Yeah.
and then the one after that is Rent, which
Neat.
I like Rent, but TJ doesn't, so
Yeah, I was
maybe
never,
I'll go by myself.
was never into that rent shit. All that bullshit.
I'm telling you, man, you might end up liking shit more than you think you would.
Oh yeah.
Rent is a like if you liked Little Shop as a live theater experience or whatever the fuck, you might end up liking Rent way more than you think you would.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, like just
Hmm.
live musical theater in general is unless like the actors are not in it, it's usually fun. Like I've stepped outside of the box a lot of times and watched some shows that I was like, "Ugh." Like I went and saw Oliver Twist twice. One time was the worst I've ever seen. I had to walk out of it. One time it was great, you know.
Yeah.
And neither time did I really want to go.
The only thing that kind of sucked about the show we saw was the dude that played Orin Scrivello, the dentist character, was
Right.
not very good. He was like, I mean, I don't know.
That's
I said
a
that
shame.
I think he was an autist,
Yeah.
and TJ told me not to say that.
Because I don't want
But
these. I don't want these autists in the
I
audience
really
coming at
believe
me.
that he was like.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know.
I just noticed because he could not look at the people he was talking to, and like his eyes were just all over the place, like darting around. And I've seen other autistic people do that. Maybe that's not like a telltale sign, but he was also the only person who flubbed a couple lines.
Yeah, true that.
It's like he was trying so hard to remember his
He looked like he was
lines.
wearing like a Kmart pleather jacket too.
Yeah. He didn't look the part
Yeah,
either. He was like chunky, and
yeah.
he didn't have that suave, like handsome. I mean, you don't have to be handsome to pull that off, but he wasn't even pulling it off like in acting, you know? So
I mean, the way that he's described in some of like the supporting materials and the script and shit is like evil Elvis.
Yeah, it was.
well,
Which he-
Steve Martin did that perfectly.
What
Yeah,
we yeah,
I mean,
what we got
he's
today
supposed to
was
be
like
that.
I don't know, more like I don't even. There's not even a famous person that
No.
could be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
felt bad for him up there more than anything.
So tired of the new political discourse on YouTube. Love that the OGs are still killing it. Thank you guys for all your content over the years. You're welcome. And thanks for the $4.99. And
nice.
Austin Price, $2. Ever been on 4chan? What do you think about it? I mean, who the fuck hasn't been on 4chan at least a few
Fortune,
times?
dude.
Fortune.
Have you heard of the hacker named Fortune?
Yeah, the elite hacker known as Fortune.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a while. It's pretty much like whatever. It's a cesspool, right? So, what do you fucking want? Most autists understand they're perceived as weird by people who don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm just saying maybe that wasn't right for that particular role.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe.
evil Elvis
and I
played
guess-
by a chubby autist.
I guess there was also like a trans chick that we
Yeah.
were supposed to like give like a sympathy thing to, even though
It was very
she didn't really
weird.
do a good job with the role at all. But whatever.
She only had like 2 lines, but at the end,
talk loud enough for anyone to hear. But
so like towards the end when Seymour is getting all these offers and like you know, with deals and money and shit and fame, they had a trans person come out dressed as a woman,
right.
and then you couldn't even hear anything they said, but like everybody was like super excited just because they were trans, I guess.
It's the cover of Life magazine.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you heard.
Life magazine.
And we were just like, okay. But at least they were only on there for like
Yeah.
2 lines.
This was a bit role instead of like a major
yeah.
like, thing.
So those were the 2 that didn't do so well. But everybody else was really good, I thought.
I sent you an article link over Twitter DMs of actors who almost played the Joker. I'd love to have you go over it on stream. Blah, blah, blah. I guess I could take a look. I don't know. Where is this? Actors who... Can you, like, resend it? Because I don't... It's like it's probably
Paul,
like,
do you
buried
think
at
you'd
this
ever
point.
do like small theater like that again?
I would love to. Like, people ask me that. I would love to, but I just think that like the time commitment
I know.
with how we shoot,
Yeah.
with how we
It's so
shoot,
time consuming.
it would just be. It really is. Like I did. Back when I was in college, I did 4 shows back to back to back to back to back, and I basically forgot who I was like over the course of that time. And I was because I was working, you know,
Yeah.
working, going to school and doing that shit. And now this job, you know what I mean? It's just so much more schedule oriented. Because if I miss a day here, it's fucked. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I miss a day at Starbucks, nobody cares.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I had a lot more flexibility back when I worked for the man.
Yeah. Go
well,
figure.
you're a lot more
Right.
important now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, when you own a business, that's part of what you.
Yeah, you're very
You do.
integral
Yeah,
to
you gotta fucking
what happens.
keep the fucking schedule and all that.
Of course.
But I wonder, like, you know, I guess, I mean, like, maybe you could do, like, a small role. It wouldn't be that bad, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what kind of fucking time, because even small roles, like when crunch time is there, it means Paul's got to take a whole bunch of time off. You know what I mean? Because you got
Yeah, you have to be there
dress
for the whole
rehearsals. You got
thing.
you got the whole. I mean, with small theater productions, the people that were in that show built the set.
Yeah.
And they tear it down when it's done. So you got to be on build day, strike day, all of that shit. You know what I mean? A lot of times the smaller productions, you know, people are doing their own makeup, they're doing their own costuming, all that shit. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, like,
it's time consuming.
A lot of times, I mean, the show I saw today, actors definitely doubled as like stage hands and shit too.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Because like a lot of times in between scenes, you know, you would see. I mean, they would dim the house lights, but you'd see that some of the people who were playing roles in the show were like they're changing props and stuff, you know, moving stuff around, altering the set for the next scene.
Sure.
Also, we found out after that the drunkard who sings like kind of at the beginning, what's it? Well, it doesn't matter.
It's just the hobo.
Yeah, he's just a hobo. Oh, and he's also like goes past Mushnick's shop and like is, I don't know, they think he's a customer, but then he's not. He's just a fucking hobo. But we found out at the end that the guy who played that was actually the owner of the theater. So lots of people, you know, have multiple roles.
Yeah, no, that's really cool.
Yeah, it was cool. He was fun.
I like those small productions. I'm glad you guys went to one. Like going to the big ones is a lot of fun too, but those small theater productions can be really fucking.
Yeah, because you're like right up on the stage. I mean, like, you can see the pores in people's noses and shit. So.
Oh yeah, dude. It's a way more intimate experience than you think it'll be. I love doing black box theater too. Back in the day, we had a black box theater at Fresno City College, where that's basically just a theater where, you know, you can reconfigure the seating area and all the walls are blacked out, and it's usually very minimalistic sets that are used in there because the audience is sometimes on three sides of you and sometimes all the way around you, depending on the production. And so that it's kind of neat, you know, depending on where you sit, you get a totally different view of the show, but it's meant to be intimate, like you're looking in on a room of people.
Wow. Yeah, I've never been to anything like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I've seen some like actual Broadway shows in New York, but I've never been to something this small.
Yeah, I got to see two shows in New York. What shows did you see? Do you remember?
Yeah, I saw Legally Blonde, the musical, and
It was fun, dude.
It was really fun, and I saw Rent.
Cool.
So, yeah, it was good.
I saw How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying and Cats.
Which did you like more?
How to Succeed, for sure.
Yeah.
Cats is like I don't mean to shit talk it or whatever, but it's really not great. I don't know.
I've only seen the weird like play movie thing they did, and I didn't like that. So
how the fuck was it so popular? Everyone I ever fucking talked to about Cats is like, that's fucking, I don't like that.
Weird.
And yet it was like one of the most like longest running fucking things on Broadway. So like
when it came out, it was like completely different than other Broadway shows, right? It was whimsical and fantastical and shit, and kids could get involved in it and stuff. So it was like super popular for that. It popularized Broadway a lot. Like it was like I think the longest running Broadway show ever.
Yeah, I don't think it is anymore, but I think it was at the time.
Yeah, it eventually went off, and then when I went to New York, which this would have been 1995, 94, something like that. When I went to New York, it was back for like a limited engagement off Broadway. That's where we saw it. So, but I wasn't impressed with it. It kind of fucking sucked.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there even like a plot? Like I don't think there is.
Kinda. I mean, there kind of is, sort of, but
it's just whatever.
I love all the money they threw at that fucking
movie.
The movie version.
I wish they would have released the butthole version.
Yeah, release the butthole cut.
Oh, dude, fucking A. Yeah, the butthole cut must be released for sure.
I want to see fucking. Isn't Magneto one of the motherfucking cats in that?
Yeah, Magneto's butthole is in that.
Yeah.
They have a ton of famous people in that movie.
Oh yeah, motherfucking Rebel Wilson in there.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift's up in there.
She's not in like any movie.
Judi Dench is up in there.
Yeah. all
Judy
kinds of
Depp. They really suckered some motherfuckers into that thing, you know?
They must have paid a lot.
It's got to be so bad it's good, right?
I don't know.
Like, it's got to be.
I would hope.
I'm going to wait like 10 years and then check it out. Because I feel like time is only going to add to the cringe, you know?
Yeah, because the CGI is going to look worse over time, too. Like, worse than... I mean, it already looks pretty bad, but...
How come you can only see my... I mean, because that's just... I mean, like, this was set up as a solo thing, and then people start pouring in. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
You screamed my name until I came in here.
Because I wanted to get your reaction to the Billie Eilish thing. That's all. I wanted to see...
Oh, so now I need to go.
No, you can stay. I'm just saying, like, that was why you were summoned, because I wanted you to react to it and get triggered, because I figured...
Summoned? What is she, a genie?
I wish.
I summoned thee forth. I snap my fingers. She says, sure.
Yeah, when that line was in the play, he like nudged me and he's like, you need to be more like Audrey. I was like,
Yeah.
Fuck you.
How sweet of you,
We
two,
need to-
man.
Yeah, we need to fucking...
I slapped him.
Yeah, she did. Maybe more like Audrey and Oren Scrivello.
Yeah, I'll be Oren.
You'll be Oren?
Yeah.
All right. I guess that's...
I didn't even know his name was Oren until today. I always
How
just
the
called
fuck
him
did you
the
not-
dentist.
You know what else is
I
named?
don't know.
You know what else is named Oren? Is
Who?
The
thing from
the amulet.
yeah,
The amulet in NeverEnding Story.
NeverEnding
the
Story
Orin.
is called the Oren, dude.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
didn't know that
Oren.
either.
Dude, what the fuck is the name of the bitch? He names his mom. He gives it like his mom's name, but you never.
Mosiah.
Mosiah? Okay.
Yeah. I went and looked it up.
I never fucking could understand what the fuck he was screaming in there. It's like thunder and lightning, and this kid's like,
When I was a kid, I used to think he said Bozio.
Bozio.
I was like, what kind of fucking name is that for your mom, bro?
Bozio.
Fucking Bozio is your mom's name? Was she a fucking... She a ninja?
You must give me a name, Bastion. All right. Bozio. It's like, maybe we made a mistake with this being the chosen one or whatever.
Mosiah is not really much
Not
better.
much
to be
better.
honest with
It's
you.
a little
I've
bit
never
better.
met anybody.
Yeah,
named
like-
that.
Sounds a little less made up, I guess.
It at least kind of
Yeah.
sounds like a name. It's like in the Bible, right? There we go. Yeah.
That's Messiah.
No, that's
No,
Mosiah.
Mosiah. It's a female version of Moses, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's
But
in the
I'm
book.
not
It's in the
sure.
Book of Mormon. So maybe there's like a Mormonism thing.
Maybe so. Maybe his mom was a Mormon or some shit. And she croaked up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Mosiah.
Mosiah.
Which you tell me, man. You fucking tell me, bro.
Mosiah.
I don't understand that shit.
False doctrine, the never-ending story. What is going on here?
Mormon matters. I guess Mormons are upset that they used Mosiah
Oof. Okay.
in the never-ending story.
All right.
Mosiah!
Mosiah.
I was so fucking confused.
Mosiah.
That sounds like Row by Cho or some shit.
Yeah, it does.
Mosiah.
Mosiah!
Why is that so funny?
Ah!
Because it's such a big moment in the movie. And you would think they would have like just sound mixed it in a way where you could fucking understand what the fuck he's saying.
Yeah.
Or like maybe just like don't have there be like lightning and shudders and like music and all kinds of shit swelling at the same time.
Yeah.
Because he's
One would
fucking,
think.
it's like impossible to fucking understand. I mean, like, I feel bad for whoever had to close caption that shit. Like, do they have to call the studio and be like, hey, what is he fucking saying here? I've definitely seen closed captions that were wrong.
Oh, yeah, that happens all the time.
Because, like, I watch movies with closed captioning on now just because, like, a lot of movies are mixed weird where the action scenes are so much louder than the dialogue scenes and, you know.
Right.
But I've definitely noticed times when the fucking closed captioning was fucking not right. So.
Oh, for sure.
I guess those people probably just do play it by ear and just fucking hope in a prayer.
Well, I'm gonna go hang out with my dad
All right.
because he's gonna leave.
Oh, your dad, I
soon.
said, what up?
I will for sure. We had a really fun time. My dad's been here for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He's about
Sweet.
to
That's
go
nice.
home on Tuesday. So.
Yeah. Get him, tell him to get. Tell him he needs to get the fuck out of here.
And
Had
I'm also
enough.
fucking hungry, so
I've had enough. Bring me some.
I'm a peace out. Okay.
Yeah. Something. I don't care if it's whatever.
All right. I will.
Yeah.
But it was really good to talk to you, Paul.
You too. You too. It's nice to talk to you.
All right. Bye.
I miss Chelsea. I like hanging out with Chelsea. It's gonna be nice to see you guys again.
Yeah. Amen. For those who don't know, we are planning on doing a little trip in July. Gonna get the old crew back together in these post. I guess I really can't say that we're living in post-COVID times, but at least vaccination times.
I'm also going to my first movie since lockdown.
I have yet to
on
do that.
Tuesday.
I guess I'm
Yeah, I'm
thinking very seriously about seeing A Quiet Place too, but
I've got tickets to that. Amelia and I are going to see that on. Are we going Tuesday or Monday? Tuesday.
cool.
Yeah, we're going on Tuesday. So
Yeah, let me know how it is because I've been very seriously considering seeing it, and your impression might make the difference between me being like, or like, all right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I just miss the experience. I just want to go get some popcorn and chill in a theater or whatever the fuck. So
I've
that'll be
missed
cool.
experiences that I honestly never would have fucking thought in a million years that I would have like missed. Like I've missed stuff.
It's true.
To the point, like it's like I was always the person who was like, I don't want to fucking do shit. Just fucking leave me alone. And I'm still that. But like I didn't realize how important it was to occasionally get the fuck out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, one thing I'm looking forward to fucking seeing like some kind of live music again, and going back to a movie, and that'll pretty much be my checklist of shit. But I was thinking about making Quiet Place 2 the thing, but Chelsea has this thing where she falls asleep during movies, right? So keeping her awake through the original A Quiet Place, pretty much impossible because there's almost no talking or sound in that movie, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
so the silence that's supposed to be filled with tension is just for her filled with sleepies.
Right.
Yeah. But maybe in a theater she could get through it. TJ picked his nose on stream. Yeah, I do that all the time. I don't whatever. If I have to pick my nose, I pick my nose. Don't worry about it. I don't know why I even looked at you, chat. So yeah, we did a little globalist thing this morning, or last night, I guess. But then I woke up this morning, it was all blowed up. Like, okay. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, the globalism.
I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Why is this? I guess because Shoe on Head got fucking involved and was like, shut up, globalist. And then a bunch of people were like, shut up, Shoe on Head. And then I'm just like, I'm just here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I prompted this shit.
I mean, you remember how I was fucking regarded back in the day when I used to talk my no borders shit, and so like that
Paul,
kind
you're
of
a fucking nut job. You're a nut.
I mean, complete nut job. I will admit it, but I'm a nut job that happens to be right about a few things, and this is one of them.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Do you feel like I feel like I never really disagreed with your take on that, but maybe I did. You might have a recollection otherwise.
I mean, I don't remember you disagreeing with me, but I remember you like being like, it was definitely something that was Paul's take. You'd be like, yeah, Paul thinks that there's no fucking borders or whatever. You know? I remember that being thrown out there a lot.
Yeah,
I don't know that I don't know that you necessarily were like cheerleading it back in the day.
You were my canary in the coal mine on that one, maybe.
Why the fuck did you ever adopt the position then?
Get out there.
It's like
I don't know.
terrible.
I just felt like something in my head was like, the time has come for me to unveil that I fucking also have this position, I guess.
That's cool. I'm glad to hear it.
I don't know.
I like
I
it.
just, like, it feels like, I don't know. It's such a fucking, I don't really like the whole, like, one of the reasons I was a libertarian back in the day, right-wing libertarian, I guess. Although, I never really felt like I was too far right wing, but I was definitely kind of like still in my like recovering from reading Ayn Rand when I was 16 phase.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there was still like that vestige of the Ayn Rand shit left. But I feel like one of the things that most appealed to me that was just like, don't tell me what to fucking do. Don't tell me what to fucking do. Because that's like pretty much the whole libertarian mindset.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's philosophical libertarianism,
right?
And I understand, like, because I'm that way too. I am incredibly resistant to being told what to do or how to be.
Yeah, and I feel like a border is just like a standing, like, don't cross this line. It's like, fuck you. What's the purpose of your line? And then
I understand the purposes historically, but now that we have torn down so many of the barriers that made countries useful historically, what's the point? Like, why would you ever argue for the continuation of that shit? We would be far better off without the competition and the constant fucking beehive of military intrigue and the cross purposes and the unnecessary cultural divides and shit like that.
And people are like, well, what about my culture? It's like, how many cultures exist in the United States right now? Like, there's plenty of fucking culture. Like, being part of the same country or whatever the fuck doesn't eliminate the fucking, your culture. So
never did.
A Quiet Place Part 2 had beautiful cinematography and sound design. Tension is through the roof. Cillian Murphy was he even in that? Superior sequel, in my opinion. Oh, is he in the new one? I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, well, I guess Paul will see. And then if
I'll let you know.
If Paul comes back and says, I can usually pretty much rely on if Paul likes a movie, I'm probably going to like it too. It's not always the case, but it seems like it generally is.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some notable exceptions, but I can't think of any.
Yeah, you know what I watched for the second time last night was Train to Busan.
It's a great movie.
The first time I watched that movie, I really liked it, and the second time I watched that movie, I realized, like, this is a fucking masterpiece, really. Oh my god, I am such a pussy. I cannot watch a movie like that without fucking bawling like a fucking baby. It's crazy. And I'm like, it's a zombie movie. They're gonna throw some fucking tear jerky shit there at like fucking very end, It's like, what are you doing to me? Why are you doing this zombie movie? You're supposed to be a fucking zombie movie. Why you done what you done?
No, it's a good one. There's another one by the same director. I can't remember the fucking name of it. I watched it so long ago. It's got like similar themes though. It's like it's kind of a kaiju movie. It's like a giant monster movie. You'll have to look at his fucking filmography and try and find something like that.
Hold up. I'm gonna do that.
I can't remember the fucking name of it. Somebody in chat might remember.
So the director's name is Yeon Sang-ho. His filmography: directed an animated film called The King of Pigs in 2011. Did another animated film called The Fake in 2013. Yeah, then he did Train to Busan, I guess was his first live action film.
Right.
He did an animated companion film called Soul Station. 2018, he directed a film called Psychokinesis, which seems like it's like a superhero movie. And then he did a movie called Peninsula, which is like a semi-sequel to Train to Busan. So I don't see any kaiju films in here. But maybe...
I might be wrong then. I might be a different director I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
It was a Korean film. I remember that, about a family that has to go try and save one member of the family from some monster that is terrorizing some area. It's been so fucking long since I've seen it.
Korean kaiju.
It is The Host. It is The Host.
The Host. There you go.
By Bong Joon-ho. Yeah.
Cool. Dope.
He did Parasite, right?
Oh, really?
I think.
Cool.
Isn't that the dude that did Parasite?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm really very, very bad with foreign names in general. I don't pronounce them well. You're way better at pronouncing them than I am, at least if you know phonetically, like how the consonants and vowels work in whatever given language.
Right.
Pretty much, I pronounce everything. If there's a foreign word, I pronounce it phonetically with exact English pronunciation. So I'm not too good at that. Yeah, he did Parasite as well. Okay, cool. I wonder if any of these fucking horror films are ever gonna get. I see horror film directors get some accolades here and there, critically, I guess, but it's
critically and usually like within their own little ecosystem. But
yeah,
it's rare to see.
I was bitching the other day to people about someone was in here fucking Jaws is not a horror movie, it's a thriller. It's a thriller. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, maybe it can be called that as well, but like Jaws is definitely a fucking horror movie, okay? It's a giant monster. It's eating people.
Agreed.
It's a fucking horror movie. What are you doing? Another fucking movie, probably I would say the most critical recognition a horror movie has ever gotten, but almost no one calls it a horror movie, is Silence of the Lambs. But like,
yeah,
undeniably a fucking horror film in my book. Anyway.
Clearly, it is. I agree. I could see why people would say it isn't. I mean, it's like it's a psychological horror film,
right?
A
lot of times they fall back on
with a traditional horror ending.
Yeah, psychological thrillers like it's not horror, it's psychological thriller. It's fancy now. But I mean, I don't know. It's definitely a fucking horror movie in my book. But that one won an Academy Award, so good for it. And I guess I don't know. You saw The Shape of Water? Would you consider that a horror movie, or just because it has a creature in it? But I've never seen the movie, so I don't really know if it qualifies. Because I know the whole thing is like it's supposed to be about not being prejudiced against the monster.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a horror movie to me, but it definitely had heavy horror overtones. I don't know if you've ever seen Pan's Labyrinth.
No, I'm a little bit stupid about the films of
Guillermo del
Toro. Yeah.
If I were you,
I need to do a
check
dive.
Out. Yeah, I would. Next time you're bored and looking for something to watch, you can't go wrong with Pan's Labyrinth. You'll love it. I almost guarantee you'll love it. It's a good flick. And I don't know.
Chelsea's dad, he's willing to watch films, but he doesn't really watch them much. Because I guess he has the same tendency to fall asleep. So while he's been here, I've been subjecting him to like all these movies and shit. And one of the things I did is I made him watch The Room because I wanted to see. It's always good to have a fresh pair of eyes on The Room and to like pop The Room cherry.
Oh yeah, dude! It's a treat to get to see somebody see that shit for the first time.
He's just like, "What the fuck is going on?" It's like, I don't know, man. What do you think's going on? Thanks for having Paul on. Keep up the great work. No problem. Taylor DeGrace or DeGrasse or however you want to pronounce your name. Thanks for the 25 Canadian fake monies.
Canucka dollars.
Yeah, your little fakey monies.
And it translates over to our monies, but we don't get as many,
Yeah, that's true.
Which sucks. We don't get as many monies as they give us in the dollars.
So you said you wanted to do some of those debates. I am talking to that mouthy infidel.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted to do a debate with him or not, because I know that I've seen you guys having spats on Twitter or whatever.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with it. Like I said, I really don't care who. I don't know exactly what tact I'll take with dude, because I've never really met him and only interacted with him on Twitter. So, yeah. But I don't know what we'll talk about. I guess we really disagreed on the kink at Pride thing, but that almost seems like it's dead now.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit like.
I mean, and to be on, it kind of comes up every year.
Yeah.
Like I remember last year it like making its way around the lefty sphere. It was like, oh yeah, maybe we should get rid of all these leather daddies at Pride. It's like, all right, no, we shouldn't. Next.
Next.
Nothing ever gets done about it. You know, the cock rings and leather daddies are still fucking, you know,
because you know what?
Down the street.
When a person has the fucking balls to come outside in a fucking, you know, cock ring or whatever the fuck, like, are you really gonna fucking tell that person not to, you know, like, go back inside? You know, they're just gonna be like, fuck you.
I wouldn't.
Like, you know. So, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I know that he's like, yeah, I'll try to find something that you just guys disagree on that hasn't already been gone over like 50 billion times. He hasn't even agreed to debate you yet, but I'm pretty sure that he's already agreed to do a discussion with me, so I'm pretty sure I can get him to agree to do a debate with you as well.
Sure. Maybe you do your discussion with him first, and
yeah,
you know,
maybe some stuff will
after that.
Some stuff will pop up in the course of that.
It would do me well to kind of know something other than this kink at Pride thing that he really I know he's probably like an electoral guy, so he probably really disagrees with me on that. But that's, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how much I want to beat that.
I feel like
fucking horse
round
anymore.
and round the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. Yeah, you know, it's been. I feel like that one's gonna inevitably heat back up during the midterms and lead up to that and shit.
I mean, it's already.
Let me ask you about this little theory that's going around. Because I haven't heard your take on this yet. I know that you're, all the Trump shit is just kind of like, oh my god, enough. Like, you guys are obsessed. But I did hear, I thought it was at least an interesting fucking notion. People were saying, what if Trump runs for Congress in 2022 and then they make him, Speaker of the House or whatever?
Yeah.
And then he uses that as his little pulpit. Do you think there's anything to that at all?
The only thing that makes me think that that's probably not going to happen is, like, I really don't see Trump stepping down from president to, like, even though Speaker of the House is incredibly important, like, I don't know if his ego would allow him to do that. You know what I mean? I think he really wants to run for president again and win that.
Yeah. I mean, he's absolutely going to run again if he's alive. There's no doubt about that. And I mean, like, he'll probably get the nomination, right? I mean,
they had a fucking golden statue of him at the RNC. Yes, he's got the nom in the bag, bro.
Oh my god, yeah.
And they're like, there are people that are so snowed on this issue too. They think, oh my god, the right's tearing itself to pieces. Are you fucking joking? And it's like, bro, all the right did was purge the few of them that were like, hey, Trump bad. They just like kicked them all the fuck out and have like centered the party around all of these pro-Trump people.
I mean, they pretty much went from we're the party of Reagan, we're the party of Reagan, we're the party of Reagan, and then Trump is like, okay, now we're the party of Trump. He's their official, like, he's the replacement, he's the blueprint now. So there's no doubt about that. I don't know. I think anyone who's fucking telling themselves that he's not gonna fucking clinch the nomination in 2024 if he runs again is pretty much a lunatic. We're of course assuming Trump isn't gonna get taken out by a massive heart attack. I mean, yeah, obviously. Like I said, if he's alive. I mean, we're dealing with a bunch of old fucking men here. Everybody who runs. I mean,
that's really the only thing that stops it, though. A lot of people don't realize it, but that's really the only thing that stops it, though. So you better pray for it. You better hope that he has a fucking massive stroke or some shit, because if he doesn't, he's gonna run again. And if Joe Biden does jack shit for nobody for 4 years or 3 years leading up to it, yeah, he's got a good chance of fucking winning. Because
I'll tell you what, this 61% approval that he's been hovering around is not gonna fucking hold if, you know, economic woes continue. I mean, like, the housing bubble is gonna pop, or some one of these fucking bubbles is gonna pop. The economy is gonna fucking tank, and Joe Biden's gonna be holding that bag. So, what's he gonna really do? He's just gonna bail him out again. It's gonna be super unpopular. Trump's gonna emerge from the ether and be like, "Look at him. He's giving more handouts to the fucking corporate people." Even though Trump did the same thing, he's gonna be shameless, and his base is gonna totally fucking steel man whatever dumb position he takes. So,
of course.
I mean, like, it could, this Joe Biden thing might have just been a little fucking 4-year detour in the Trump legacy.
Well, that was one of the things that I brought up back in the day, and we've talked about it before. And
Sure,
I don't know
yeah.
how you feel about it, but like for like letting Trump term out might have been the better play. Like even if it's worse off for this next 4 years for some people, like it gives us time to galvanize leftist support behind somebody that isn't Joe Biden. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I really think there's a real chance that Biden doesn't run again, and then Kamala is at the top of the ticket. And if that's the case, Trump walks over it, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, she's occasionally I'll see a little bit of fire from her, but like for the most part, she's really bad. I think she did okay in that first debate, and I feel like for like the first 10 minutes or so of the the Pence debate, she was okay.
Right.
But like a lot of times she's just like has this like real, I think she's okay when she's like trying to be fiery and sassy, but like when she's trying to do literally anything else, she pretty much sucks. And I don't know, she's just not, she has very low, I think, inherent likability. Like she's just not, she definitely doesn't have any sort of like, I'd have a beer with her kind of quality, you know? Harris will legalize weed in 2024 for the election. I mean,
dude, how many times have we heard this as leftists, to be honest?
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I mean, yeah, man, dude. You know what I fear? And I brought this up with you, I think,
Joe
recently.
Biden literally with the stroke of a pen could legalize weed, or not legalize. He could take it off Schedule 1 and leave it up to the states. Anyway, what were you saying, Paul?
Oh, absolutely. I was just going to say, like, what if the left dithers for so long on this weed shit that the fucking right gets wise to it and, like, Trump just deschedules?
Yeah, you know, I actually...
Like, it's reached a critical mass of like states where it's like 30, I think it's like 34 states now. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I might be off by 1 or 2. But like, it's like 32 to 34 states now have some path to it. It's obvious. The writing's on the fucking wall, right? The fucking left keeps dithering and just like waiting for the right to just come along and just go like, you know what? We're going to just go ahead and deschedule weed.
So
leave it up
here,
to the
I will
states.
show you. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here, but there's a
yeah,
map
I'm a little behind you, but I'm watching you here.
Here's a map of the U.S. here, basically, that shows what the status is of each state. So any state that's green, I think, is medicinal. Any state that's dark green is both medicinal and recreational.
Right.
And the gray states are where it's not legal anyway. I mean, like, look at... I mean, it's at least medicinal in most places. I don't know what these are here. These other states, these states that are this color, the not the darker but not quite darkest green are basically where it's decriminalized.
Right.
It's not actually decriminalized in Louisiana, but it's just medicinal is legal. I mean, there's almost no. I mean, there's like only like South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Kansas, Wyoming, and Idaho where it's still. Where it's not made any headway whatsoever. So very few states that still exist that are still rabidly anti-marijuana. And you know, the first time I actually heard someone bring up the point that you're bringing up, I hate to give him credit because he sucks so fucking bad now. But Bill Maher, I actually remember bringing this up back in the day.
Yeah.
After it was just Colorado and a few states back then, and he was like, you know, this could be an issue that Republicans could easily fucking snatch away from Democrats because it's so easy to make that fucking libertarian argument for it that resonates with a lot of Republican fucking voters. And, you know, here we are, and still neither party has fucking really jumped on this issue. It seems like everyone's just waiting for it to just be decided state by state. But we still have this dumb federal law in the books. I mean, like, it's ridiculous. We have so many states where it's legal or medicinal or decriminalized, and yet still these dumb, outdated federal laws on the books that, once again, Joe Biden could literally wipe out with the stroke of a fucking pen. And we were literally told by the administration, we just don't have time. We're doing so busy transforming the country radically in so many different ways. We just don't have time to even do that right now. Come on, guys. It's like, what?
Right.
You don't have time to go Joe Biden on a piece of paper, because it's literally that easy.
Apparently not.
No, can't do it. Can't do it, I guess. In a majority of states, legalize. It's supposed to be a constitutional amendment, right? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Can't watch Bill Maher anymore. His ageism towards Gen Z is obnoxious and so smug. Whatever. Bill Maher's thing has always been smugness.
Sure.
The problem is that smugness used to be he had he used to be smug on your side occasionally. You know what I mean?
Every once in a fucking blue moon.
It's been a while since I've seen Bill Maher be smug on my side. You know? So when he's only smug against me, it's kind of hard to fucking get into the smug shit. But hey, I mean, I guess if I was a neo-lib, I'd be fucking happy to go and promote his takes and shit. But
so so this whole I hope you don't mind me asking more about it. The whole globalist kind of position that you kind of outed yourself with.
Sure.
What does that have to do with your tactics going forward and shit? Like, what does that mean for that?
You know, I think one of the things that just I kind of play my immediate shit. Like I talk about what I want to do in the short term a lot. But I realize I don't really talk very much about long-term what I think the world should be, because I feel like it's so far beyond my lifetime that I'm almost like, whatever. But I feel like at some point last night, just kind of contemplating my philosophy, my politics, all that stuff, I was just like, there has to be some kind of laying out of a vision for the world. Because I feel like everyone ultimately that's involved in politics has an idea in their mind of this is how things should be. And I've always kind of played that close to my chest, I guess, other than just kind of talking about what I think needs to be done in an immediate sense. I felt like that was a good thing to just kind of throw out there as a more long-term thing, is that this whole concept of human beings being divided by borders and states and, I've always said that I feel like this is where humanity is heading, but I guess I don't know if I've ever really come out and been I'm in favor of that as well.
Well, I mean, it's a different thing to wax 200 years. Yeah, maybe this is where we're going. And to go and this has always been kind of, I think, a difference between you and I, which maybe is softening now, which is that I've always been, I think, way more willing to align myself with something that I know isn't going to happen when I'm alive. You know what I mean? Like for me, I want to be on the right side of history. I'm fine with arguing. And that's why, when I see I'm making this argument back in 2015, 2016, and then here in 2021, there's so many people supporting you saying it, which was the exact opposite of what happened when I came out. And I'm not salty about that, because it's it just means that people have softened to the idea, right?
Yeah, I think it's a more fertile climate for it too. Another thing is just I feel like people are hungry for change. I feel like people more and more are looking around the world that they live in and saying this is just this is just fucked up and not right. And I think more and more people are coming around to the realization of all it really takes to change things is just to do it. If enough people if enough people say fuck these lines in the sand, those lines in the sand go away. If we just act as if they're not there, there's nothing that can there's literally no, the state can't enforce it beyond a point. If it's just if people just stop acknowledging it. Just like how so many people we fucking pretty much ignored marijuana laws until just dominoes, they started, the laws just started falling. It's look, this is pointless. We can't enforce this law anymore. It's basically become impossible to enforce because people just ignore it en masse. And I think that there's just a lot of issues that are like that. And, if you don't fucking start putting it out there in the fucking the zeitgeist, hey, Why do we allow our travel to be restricted by this? Why is it that I can't?
It's not just travel. It's like marriage. If you marry somebody that's in another country, the arbitrary line between you and them becomes very real.
Yeah.
Because you can't get them. They can't come to you. You can't go to them without a bunch of paperwork. And there's all kinds of fucking immigration bullshit you got to go through. And it takes people for fucking ever. You know what I mean? And so like that is a restriction of your fucking freedom. You know, not just your restriction of freedom of movement, but now you're a restriction of your freedom of association too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right. And so like how much, so it's always, I've always felt that way.
And there's
my ultimate vision for like human society in the future is you live wherever on the fucking planet you need to live to be near what you're passionate about. Right. So if the whole fucking scientific community that's around biology is centered around Geneva in the future, there's no fucking like, well, wish I could afford to immigrate to Geneva, but I guess I'm just going to be a turd farmer here down here in Idaho. Like that has to go, right? Like,
yeah. And you know, another thing I think probably fucking affected this for me too is just like the notion of like, well, I want to get out of this. I want to get out of Louisiana, right? And I'm just like, where do I want to go? And I'm like looking at this around the United States and shit. I'm just like, wouldn't this be great if like I was looking at the Earth instead of just like, hey, this is the piece of land you're like allowed to easily move around. Find somewhere here. It's like, well, you know, maybe I like the way they do things somewhere else on the fucking planet better than I like them how they do it here, you know?
Sure.
So it's like, okay, well, it'd be nice if I was just like, hey, maybe, I mean, like you were talking about like Uruguay and shit, or what's the proper pronunciation? You learned it when you were doing that.
Down there they say Uruguay.
Uruguay.
You don't have to say Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Uruguay is fine.
But anyway, you know, it's just like, why the fuck? Why the artificial constraints? I mean, even from like, I'm not really a like super duper pro business and shit, but like even the business fucking class, like there's like tariffs and shit and borders and, you know, and from a fucking regulatory perspective, a lot of times these companies fucking bring, you know, do little sweatshop labor in the third world so they can fucking keep prices down here. And, you know, like, why the fuck should they be? Why the fuck should that be an option for them? Like, I don't know. It seems like we could have one planet, one regulatory environment, one fucking set of standards that are fucking universally applicable.
We had a clash a few weeks ago. That on I think it was a Flash Ride, right, or something like a fantasy.
Which one was it? Because we've had a couple of clashes.
The dragon shit.
Oh right, yeah, the dragon thing, yeah.
The where we went down Dragon Alley. That was like a month ago or something, right?
I don't remember, but I remember we had it. I don't remember where it was.
Right, it was a public facing thing. People hated the way that I looked in that for the most part. There was one thing, though, that you said that stuck in my craw, if I'm honest with you, just as a friend.
Go ahead.
We were talking about it, right? And we were talking about immigrants. And I said, well, you know, we were talking about harm reduction. And I said, not harm reduction if you're a Haitian immigrant.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because Biden has been just
and
like
I said I'm not a Haitian immigrant.
Right.
Right.
Which, obviously, you're not. I'm not disputing the fact of that. But
it came across as callous.
Yeah, because it came across as callous and it came across as like contrary to what you're saying now.
True, yeah.
Which is like, you know.
Well, I mean, I guess the point.
Them being from Haiti is an arbitrary fucking designation based where their mother squatted them out, right? So,
well, I guess at that moment I was thinking about like, you know, first of all, to some extent, my vote is supposed to be advancing my own interests. But to another extent, it's just like, well, you know, maybe it doesn't help that Haitian. Maybe it helps, you know, that trans person that's living in fucking, you know, Georgia or some shit. I don't know. You know, because obviously there was a lot of anti-LGBT stuff under the Trump administration, and we both know that these parties use, you know, social issues to divide people. And you know, the Democrats obviously have their little package of like, hey, we're not gonna pass these kind of laws against you or whatever, like the way the Republicans will. And for the Republicans, like, hey, the left's going to come take your guns or whatever the fuck, you know?
Right.
So I guess it was just kind of like saying, like, yeah, I recognize that when there's a concept like harm reduction, it's like really does come down to splitting hairs at a point where, you know, is the no one in any other country as the USA bombs is going to fucking see any fucking thing that resembles harm reduction. There's no fucking way I can make that fucking argument that they will. Because militarily, Republicans and Democrats are not distinctive from one another. They function as one party in that instance. There's no actual... You don't have a vote. Every fucking issue where these parties are, behave in much the same manner, you have pretty much no choice. These are all the issues where your choice has been removed, where you can vote for... And then, so they have to make a big show out of the issues that they actually do differentiate on. But even then, it's like, you see stuff like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema as like, oh, well, we can't do anything because they just won't let us get rid of the filibuster. You guys, damn, just can't do it. And I mean, I don't know. I guess that a lot of my shit is just like, I don't know how much is theatrical and how much is real.
Does it matter though? Like, think about that too. That's something I've been talking about a lot too. Theatricality has always been a part of human politics and human,
no doubt,
fucking philosophy, philosophizing.
I guess beyond theatricality though, I mean like the level of collusion that exists between the two parties, because clearly there is collusion. But is it 100% collusion? Is it 90% collusion? Is it 80% collusion? Like what at the end of the day is the actual substantive difference?
You're never going to get them to admit it.
Right, exactly.
But what does your gut tell you?
My gut tells me that
looking at the way that things go for the business class, the owner class, what does your gut tell you?
Well, what I see is that there are some substantive differences between how Republicans and Democrats govern, but I don't know if they're all part of the fucking show. But then I think even if they are part of the show, at least it is a substantive difference. But then I'm like, well, if it's really a system that's contingent on us bouncing back and forth, then, it really doesn't matter, because it's just like, it's all part of the fucking do. And I guess that it's just like, at the end of the day, I'm not certain, but I guess that, on the off chance, or maybe the on chance, that there is some substantive difference, and it does seem like there is, at least in terms of like, there tends to be less driving up of the debt under Democrat presidents than there are Republican presidents. I don't know if that will hold true with Biden's spending packages that he's proposing, but typically Republicans are actually less financially, like they drive up debts worse than the Democrats do. But of course, once they get in office, they start immediately rallying against the fucking out of control spending, even though they're actually worse historically. But then again, Biden's spending package is very, very high. Although I actually wish it was higher, because it seems like infrastructure is just something that's, I know I'm kind of like bouncing all over the place, but this is like my genuine thought process goes like a ping pong ball.
I've known you for long enough to ride along with it, so you ain't no explanation due to me.
I'm just trying to I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to suss it out. There's like so many different variables, and I guess that ultimately I'm like, we have to smash this, because whether it's 100% a put upon or whatever, I know it at least fucking 70-80% is, because foreign policy virtually identical, or foreign policy is pretty much completely identical. Business policy like 70-80% fucking identical. Social policy, there's some differences, but it never really seems like it amounts to much at the end of the fucking day, does it? So I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. It's like, it really is just comes down to like real hair splitting fucking shit for me. I don't know if that even answered the question you initially asked me, but that rambling, disjointed shit is kind of like...
No, it kind of does. It sounds to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to put words in your mouth. It sounds to me like you're going through kind of like an existentialist look at where you stand at, because I don't know really why, like what triggered it in you, because I feel like that this is a pretty big change from, and not that it's a bad thing, but it's pretty big change.
I used to be the Carlinite, right? Like, George Carlin was pretty much the one who convinced me, like, don't vote. It's fucking stupid. You're basically responsible for what happens then. The garbage in, garbage out system. And I still pretty much agree with a lot of his fucking contentions.
Sure.
But at the same time, I don't know. Like when I see the Trump administration pushing through like a pretty strong anti-gay agenda, even as it acts like it wants to bring the Republican Party a little more left on that, it doesn't really act. I mean, they do all this discriminatory practices and shit. And obviously, like, you have states where there have been some anti-trans legislation passed recently, and even a few instances where the Democrats were able to block it from happening. And I'm like, well, fuck. I mean, there was that. It made a difference there in that instance. But, you know, am I just being socially bribed? Is, like, trans rights being used as a fucking hostage in this situation? And, you know, whether it consciously is or isn't, it feels like it pretty much is.
Right.
So I don't know.
I don't know that a lot of people are doing it with that intention, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely a kind of ransom mechanic involved. I get it all the time. As a dude that doesn't vote, I'm like, well, you don't fucking care about trans people
or whoever.
Like, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Like says who? Like, because I don't vote for the people that fucking send. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, kiss Biden's ass for letting trans people rejoin the military so that they can be bullet sponges for their surgery? Like,
right,
that's not. To me, that's not pro-trans action, right?
It's so fucking. The choice that we as the electorate are confronted with every 4 years is so brutal, degrading, dehumanizing, because it's like so far from what anyone actually wants out there in the public sphere. Like, even if people think they're getting what they want, they don't. Like, it's just marketing hype. Like, Trump is 100% marketing hype. Like, he was a standard fucking issue Republican at the end of the day. I mean, like, he said outrageous shit, but really, what was his actual accomplishment? Passing a tax cut for the super rich. Getting some fucking, you know, it's just like deregulating everything, which is the typical Republican fucking MO. Like, he didn't do any fucking crazy shit. I guess he fucking attempted to build a fucking border wall like a goddamn idiot, which I don't know what the fucking status of that is. I've heard fucking Biden's still gonna fucking build more onto it. So, like, that's not even a fucking issue.
I mean, was that ever really an issue other than it being a waste of fucking money?
Yeah, I mean, it was like, because it's it's easily fucking surmounted. We've seen that.
It's easily traversed.
We've fucking seen video footage of people leaping right over the fucking thing. Hold on, I have a super chat here. Would you ever have a discussion with Hunter Avallone? He left conservatism as a giant LGBTQ advocate now. Could make a good conversation. I'm looking to have more conversations on this channel, and it seems like my OBS issues are resolved. Knock on fucking wood. So I'm actually I'm working right now on a few different guests, so I'll look into him as well. Anyway. Sorry, Paul. Did I interrupt a point you were trying to make?
No, not at all. Go ahead.
No, I don't even remember where I was. I just feel like
it's like you're okay. So you're kind of transitioning into maybe a new thing, maybe not. You know, you're definitely opening yourself up to new shit because, like I said, I will not lie and say you've ever opposed me privately or publicly when I've talked about border dissolution.
I've never
right?
I've played that one close to my chest where I've kind of
you've played the devil's advocate with me before, but I knew that that's what you were doing,
right.
Which, you know, lines up, but it's not something that you've ever come out publicly and said, which belies to me that there might be, you know, some ideas going on in your head that might change some of your tactics in the future, but it just doesn't sound to me like you know what that is yet, if anything.
No,
right?
I mean, I feel like I'm really, in a lot of ways, just trying to play every present moment by ear. What I'm looking for at this point, to be honest with you, is I'm looking for the direct action that I can engage in and encourage others to engage in that I think would make a real difference. I'm tired of the electoralism debate. I'm tired of this other shit. I'm tired of really just talk in general. I want I mean, like, I'm hungry for action. And I guess that that's what I'm really fucking searching for at this point. And I mean, you fucking talked about the mutual aid stuff, which I think is good. But I don't know. I was thinking about something with a little bit more teeth to it. But then again, I don't know. You know, there's obviously lines that have to be drawn in terms of like what can be publicly advocated for and stuff like that. So
sure.
There's a little bit.
That's why I love labor. Labor is a place where you can do radical shit, and there is a precedent in this country going back to the fucking 19th century.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, of strong labor activism, direct action, taken to the streets, being fucking.
I did like your idea about trying to like help fund strikes and stuff. I think that might be something that I'm gonna
a huge mutual aid org. To I don't really know. I know that there are a few that exist. Usually they're based around certain companies, right? So like I know that there's an Amazon mutual aid org that provides strike pay or goes to support the strikes. You'd have to vet them yourself and make sure your money's going where it's supposed to.
Yeah, sure.
That's always important. But
yeah, I've been looking into that kind of stuff just because like I definitely want to fucking help do whatever I can to strengthen labor unions, but I also feel like a certain detachment from labor because of course I am detached from labor. I mean I do this. I make, YouTube videos and I write books and that kind of stuff, but I don't go work at a factory. I don't have like a bunch of coworkers, I
mean, Marx and Engels were, intellectual leaders,
right?
Not necessarily from factory work experience,
right?
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So it's like you need to like let go of any idea that like, because you might not be the person that's speaking directly to the worker.
True.
Right.
Yeah.
I would not put you in front of a like hostile Teamster
I would
audience.
not either.
I wouldn't put me in front of that. Right.
No.
I don't know how to talk to a Teamster. I would put me in front of like an AFL-CIO meeting or, a GMP meeting. I could rally up some fucking people at a strike line. I could do that shit. But as far as being front facing and shit, you got to think about it differently. We've got to figure out some kind of fucking way to support these smaller organizations and, in my opinion, beat the drum for a new national organization, an umbrella organization for all of these quote unquote essential workers.
Yeah, I mean, if I was really hoping, and I know you probably were too, that the Amazon vote, which I think we now have very strong evidence to support, was not fair.
I stayed super quiet. I stayed super quiet during that because I had nothing positive to say about it and I didn't want to undermine, but I knew that was going to fail. You know what I mean? That's why I said basically nothing about it.
Well, I guess maybe a little bit more naive on my part, had some hope that was going to be like, okay, this could maybe be a watershed moment. I guess I didn't really believe that it would happen, but I guess I hoped that it would happen. Right. I wasn't surprised when the outcome was otherwise. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, I feel like you see so many prominent labor defeats and leftist populist sort of defeats happen that it's fucking very it takes the fight out of you,
Yeah. Well, that dude, you ordered that Death in the Haymarket book. I really recommend you fucking read. Oh, you got it? Read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
No, I'm dead serious. It'll give you an idea of what people did, because like there's not so much difference between people and what they want and people and what they wanted back in post-Civil War America. You know what I mean? It was laborers. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna have a super chat that came in, but I'll let you can finish your.
Oh, go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Ignar Husky says the Amazon vote is being investigated, and with the evidence so far, there's a legit case the results could flip for the FC. I would not hold my breath for that, but hey, stranger things have happened. Anyway, sorry, Paul. You were talking about Death in the Haymarket, which is a book that you are you done reading that? You've read the whole thing?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, I have a.
I just got my copy a few days ago, and I'm gonna start reading it and marking it up because there's a lot of quotable shit, a lot of facts in there about labor organizing and just general. Like, I think that it'll be enlightening for you to hear how people tried. Like, it was eerie for me. I was laying in my bed one night when I first got this book, trying to go to sleep, and it was I felt like I kept getting chills because it was talking about how, like, the party switch happened. And so back in the day, these radical labor organizers, a lot of them tried to ally themselves with the then Republican Party.
Right, which is basically the equivalent of the Democrats today.
Right. And were immediately shown that when the chips were down, these people were going to side with Jay Gould. They were going to side with the big robber barons, the Rockefellers, the shippers and all of this shit, and really had nothing for the working man when it came to what they were asking for, which was basic shit. 8-hour day, you know what I mean? Yeah. Sick leave and fucking this, that, and the other thing, hazard pay, the right to collectively bargain, and yada, yada, yada. And so they fucking abandoned it. And these were legit anarchists, not like just socialists. A lot of the people that did organizing in Chicago around this time were socialists.
Right.
But a lot of them were just legit either anarcho-socialists or just straight up anarchists who were all about, like, look, we know the tradition of this. If you don't go take it, you don't get it. So it's like, hit the street, fucking mass movement of solidified worker support in the streets, fucking shit up until you get your 8-hour day concession. And it happened company by company. People started to get this concession. But Death in the Haymarket is about a bombing that was very suspicious, actually stymied the labor movement.
Right.
So
false flag kind of thing, right?
Well, maybe it's up to you to kind of decide.
Yeah, gotcha.
It was definitely blown way the fuck out of proportion.
So I do have a few more super chats came in. Sam Charles says we only need one solid, strong win for true change. Keep coming back to it, folks. Don't quit fighting for your rights. Sergio Ribeiro says, should all generational wealth be illegal, in your opinion? So I don't know. Like, honestly, at some point, I feel like the idea of, like, personal capital and shit will probably need to be phased out. But for as long as it exists, I think that some sort of generational passing of wealth is okay. Because I feel like one of the reasons that people, they become entrepreneurs and stuff is because they want to make sure their family's taken care of. But I feel like we need a system where everyone's family is taken care of. But, as I think, put a fucking nice big wealth tax on there. I think it could be good for society. But in terms of just like some fucking useless fuck being passed a fortune, no, I don't think that should be allowed. I think, my immediate solution is raise that estate tax, quit fucking lowering it, quit, it's they call it the death tax to fucking make people emotional about it, but it's really it's the estate tax. It's for wealthy people. It's a tax when some fucking millionaire or billionaire wants to pass their fortune on after they die. And Republican Party has been dismantling it, lowering it. So I think now it's barely even a fucking tax anymore. But yeah, it should be jacked way the fuck up, and beyond a certain point, it should just be 100%. Like probably like, I don't know, beyond like 10 million or something. I'm just throwing numbers out there, but yeah, strengthen the fuck out of that. And in the long run, whatever, wealth is this pursuit of wealth is kind of bullshit. I don't think we're quite at the level of automation yet where we can totally dispense with capital, because I feel like technology is going to enable us to do that at some point.
Sure. My answer is yes. I would outlaw. I would completely and utterly outlaw any form of wealth inheritance. So
let me ask you this, Paul. This is actually your answer to this. Actually, brings up another question in my mind, because you have a very autocratic sort of manner on certain things. I heard you a moment ago praising the labor efforts of anarchists. I've always viewed you as more of being like a pro-state kind of guy. Not necessarily, not this state, obviously, but the pro-state as a concept. So
Right.
would you say that there's like an anarchistic side to you? Do you feel like that's changed at all? Maybe after reading the book? I know it's been, obviously, the reason I bought the book is because it seemed like it was really transformative for you. Do you view the whole, like, how do you view ultimately the whole like state question? Because I know you've talked about an omnipotent AI, you've talked about even like some sort of like monarchist thing. Where are you ultimately at on that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I know that what's working now has to be fought against. It's no longer something that is functioning as a government to take care of people. It's become something else, and it's become an enemy. I may not be the smartest guy in the room when it comes to developing some new paradigm of state interaction with people. I'm for the dissolution of borders, so I'm for a globalist, united kind of world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would like getting from here to there necessitates tearing down what's there, right?
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of pruning to be done along the way.
Right. So I'm all for that, and that aligns me a lot with left anarchists, right? Because they want to tear it down for different reasons, possibly, and I'm fine with that. Your reasons don't matter to me. See, that's a labor-minded thing, though. It's like, as long as the end goals are the same, any port in a storm.
I think that's just I think that's just pragmatism, right?
Especially amongst the left, right? Especially for me, like any fucking ally that I can find amongst the left, as long as they're not crazy fucking Nazis or, you know what I mean? Like I'm there, you know what I mean? I'm with it, because ultimately I don't really care what your fucking motives are at this point, because in my head, I hear alarm bells ringing, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, not only do we need to do something about this, and we're jerking each other off philosophical about that, it needs to happen now. Like, it needs to happen like 6 years ago, 20 years ago. You know what I mean? And it's like every minute that goes by, every day that goes by, every year that goes by, we don't do some shit. Some shit doesn't happen, right? Everybody just kind of keeps playing the same old fucking game and blah, 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 making excuses and blah, blah, blah. Every goddamn cycle that happens, our chances of fucking surviving what's coming just diminish.
Oh my God, yeah.
So many things need to be faced headlong,
Right, and it just seems like we keep deferring and deferring and deferring. And I was talking the other day on one of my streams about how I feel like there's so many ticking clocks going on right now. And the big ones for me are like the automation clock, tick, 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 tick. Climate change clock, tick, 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 tick. And the immigration problems that are going to come along with it. And just the resource struggles.
Sure.
And, labor losing its value even more as machines start taking over more and more jobs,
right?
And there being more and more mouths to feed, more and more people looking for work, more and more people immigrating here, and obviously, I think people's politics in an environment like that are going to get way more extreme. We've already seen, I think, a fringing of positions.
Sure.
More and more people, going way further right than they were before, or way further left than they were before, kind of realizing out of necessity that, like, what we're doing now is not going to work. This is going to, like, the future is a place, at least our immediate future is a place of extremism because of the conditions that we're facing. I mean, there's so many of these clocks ticking at the same time, and it just feels like, what we're essentially doing is just kind of hoping it doesn't happen. Like, just hoping against all evidence that it's all going to work out okay. And if we just kind of like we'll just like keep putting patches on it and doing business as usual, and it's never going to catch up. And it's just like, it's catching up. It's already caught up in a lot of ways. And, that's why I liked, obviously that's why I liked someone like Bernie Sanders, because it seemed like, hey, if we enacted this guy's agenda, then we're actually taking some proactive steps towards what needs to be done.
Sure.
And under Biden, or under Trump, obviously, we're not taking those steps at all. Now, maybe Bernie would have just been a disappointment to me the same way Obama was. I was totally prepared for that, by the way. I'm just like,
Maybe.
well, they fooled me once, so.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, dude. I feel like, I don't know. People were coming to me saying like, oh, you should gloat about this shit. And it's like, no, you know what I mean? Because like ultimately, number one, I don't think you disagreed with me on anything at any point in time.
Oh, the globalism stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And number two, you haven't taken any goddamn fucking hard position that's, you know, not something you already taken. So it's like, you know, this is just, I think it's a good sign because I'm telling you, dude, that shit that happened in 2020 or 2019 or whatever the fucking, you know, the last, what was 2020, right?
Yeah.
That it was cancer, dude. Pure unadulterated waste of time fucking cancer. And so if you actually care about changing shit, like in my opinion, you have to fucking let that shit go.
Oh yeah. No, fuck that. I don't I view it as like an issue by issue thing. Like, to whatever extent there can be like I mean, like the left really needs to get way better at fucking coalition building than it is right now. I mean, especially like with there being like people need to form alliances on an issue by issue basis, in my opinion. Like it really needs to come down to that if you really want to advance your agenda, because you're not going to find a big voting block of people that just all agree on every single fucking thing, or voting block or political block, whatever you want to think about it as. You're not going to find that. So there has to be some kind of like, okay, we can't agree on this, this, and this, but we can agree on this, this, and this. We can't agree to do this thing, but we can fucking all agree to do this thing, or this group. Maybe in, you know, your friend in one battle is your enemy in the next. Your enemy in one battle is your friend in the next. You just never know.
Dude, I had a conversation. You've met my cousins back in the day.
Yeah. Very briefly, but yeah.
Right. You were at least introduced. The dudes are all super fucking Republican dudes.
Yeah, I could tell.
I sat down and talked with the guys, and there was a lot of fucking common ground because you know what I cut out? All the ID poll shit. Like I have one cousin that was using the F slur like constantly.
Yeah.
Doesn't know I'm bisexual because it's just never come up. You know what I mean? And just like he's living like it's 1992 again. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like it's a period in a sentence, and everything's gay and everything's right.
Right.
And I could have like shut down the whole conversation with that dude and probably the other dudes too by confronting him about that shit and going like, "Hey, dude, I'm fucking bi, and I don't want to hear that word,
right,
or whatever." But I didn't. I sucked that shit up, and we talked labor. And these are labor conservatives. See, a lot of people don't know this. There was that recent thing that Kyle covered about people turning on fucking
Shapiro.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Shapiro, right? Because he just like character assassinated unions. And there's a bunch of conservative people that are like, oh, wait a minute now. You know, like I'm in a union and I make 3 times what non-union guys in my fucking town make. So something's wonky here. And that's what I'm saying. There's such fucking common ground in labor. I'm not saying we forget about ID poll. It's important. But I'm saying like we set it aside when we're going at certain people.
Yeah.
Trying to get certain people on our side. We need to become chameleons like they are.
I feel like what needs to be communicated to a lot of people is what I just said. It's like, hey, there's time. Like you and I have already done this, Paul. Like, we have been in some fucking real dust-ups over different political issues and then turn around and fucking work together on different fucking stuff. Because it's like, hey, you know, where we can work together, we work together. Where we can't, we don't. But we try to hash it out in some way or shape or form. And I feel like more people need to fucking adopt the mentality. Because right now, what it feels like is, I feel like right-wingers have an inherent understanding of that. Because I've seen them fucking do it. They will fucking form those little alliances and cliques based on, hey, you know, you want this, we want that. They're coalition builders. I feel like on the left, it's like all purity test bullshit. Like, oh, you disagree with me on this? Well, fuck you on every fucking issue across the board forever. It's like, well, you just lost a potential ally on like 50 different things because you fucking decided that you wanted to fucking, well, nope, disagree with me on this, you're done. And then it's like, well, how is anything supposed to change? Like, it basically is a bunch of people walking around with the delusion in their heads that eventually everyone's going to come around to thinking exactly as I do. And it's just not going to happen.
Right.
If that's your expectation, get out now. Just go fucking plug yourself into the Matrix or something, because if that's what you want, I mean, who fucking doesn't? You ever wonder if like all this shit that we talk though is about like how the world should be is just going to be like rendered totally obsolete by some development like that? Like, oh, everyone's just going to live in their own virtual paradise now. Bloop. And we're just like, oh, I guess
eventually,
I guess it was all pointless. We shouldn't have fucking argued.
I mean, I really don't think there's a point where it's ever going to have been pointless for people to have these types of conversations. But I look, a lot of people differ on that. A lot of people would say that we're just circle stroking here or whatever the fuck. I don't think we are. You know, and if we are, I think it's the same kind of circle stroke that's gone on politically and philosophically since language. You know,
can I address something that was addressed to you?
Yeah.
This dude to John Cash Rocks 221 says, Paul, you could have still called your cousin out without shutting down the conversation. So I don't know if Paul, I'm gonna say my piece on this. Obviously it was to you, so you could say your piece as well. But like,
I think you can handle this.
My experience though with conservatives of the stripe that Paul is talking about is that they're actually super easily triggered and butthurt. And
in fact,
if you
to answer the question with a little more detail, like my cousins are extra that, especially the one I was talking to.
Right.
They'll get like what would have happened was he would have wanted to fight me because he would have felt like I was criticizing him in a way that he doesn't feel comfortable. But when I had this talk, I made the trip and I was visiting my mom. So he knew he was on sacred ground. So he would have just left. He would have been like, "Fuck you, motherfucker," and he'd have just left, and that'd have been it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how tactfully you bring it up. Like,
nope.
There's just certain things. Like, look, as much as they're right wingers, they like of the stripe that Paul's talking about. Anyway, I'm not gonna say every fucking person is right wing because I mean, like, Chelsea's dad is more right wing, but you can have a conversation with him. He's not gonna get triggered if you fucking tell him how you really feel. But I know other right wing people who are very different than that, who they almost use their emotional sensitivity as a cudgel to prevent certain things from being discussed openly. I get the sense that Paul's cousins are kind of like in that boat.
Just the one, honestly. Well, maybe two of the three that I was having the talk.
Gotcha.
With.
To some extent, but the one you're talking about in particular is the I get the sense is like the more overt offender. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the ringleader of it.
Isn't it funny how easily they do get like hurt by that kind of stuff? You know, it's a little strange because they always snowflake, but really, like a lot of times they're more like snowflakes than even the whiniest little lefties I've seen. You know what happens is a lot of times people on the left who you think are gonna fucking be like freaking out over stuff, they fucking take it in their stride in the moment, but then go blog about it or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they fucking suck it up in the moment, but then they go on their fucking, I fucking hate these motherfucking, you know, how dare they say this and they're a bigot and they're this and they're that when they're far away. Whereas the conservatives are more likely to fucking throw a hissy fit right then and there, right in your fucking face.
And really like escalate shit too, honestly, like physically sometimes.
Right. Yeah, it becomes a pride issue. I mean, dude, you've met Steve, so like I've had the fucking finger jabbed in my chest and shit. You motherfucker, you don't understand fucking blah, 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 blah. So it's like, all right, fine. We're not going to talk about this anymore, I guess, but because this is like getting too emotional for you.
Apparently, yeah.
But hey, you know, neither here nor there. My family's all right wing. They're just scared. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fear in like the right for sure. There really is. You just every time you're around. I mean, once again, I don't know. Like Chelsea's dad doesn't seem that way. He seems more like he's just kind of like the leave me alone guy. But there's a certain strain that does seem way more like mercurial and prone to like histrionics
sensitive
and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is with them.
So, but see, I know how to tiptoe around that shit. So that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
I was ignoring something because let me tell you something. Had I confronted my cousin about that shit, he would say faggot twice as much the next time he saw me.
Right.
He's that type of dude, right?
Sure.
If he knows it gets under my skin, he's gonna flaunt it even more to show me how little I have control over what he does and says. He's just that kind of fucking guy, right?
Yeah.
So I made the choice. I was the only one being fucking offended by it because, well, me and my wife, who, dude, she had every opportunity to fucking jump in herself, but she saw what I was doing. It didn't fucking destroy her to sit there and hear that word over and over again. I moved away from that shit every time he tried to bring it back to that and brought it back to a labor talk. And every fucking labor message I had, he agreed with, including like, well, yeah, Trump probably didn't really give a fuck about people. And like, yeah, you know, like, especially when it comes to like labor stuff. And you know what I mean? They all vote Democrat in California. They all voted for Gavin Newsom because he's the only dude that went to their fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He went to their fucking union hall or whatever, their union meeting.
Yeah, and the union's like, hey, this is our ally, so you gotta vote for him, basically. Paul?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought
Can you hear me?
I thought you dropped out for a second.
Nope. I'm here. But yeah, no, you're right. It's like, you know,
Yeah, I mean, like,
port in a storm.
Right. I mean, like, if Gavin Newsom's the guy that shows up, you know, that's the guy you vote for, I guess.
Right.
My family.
If the other guy doesn't even bother to come.
Right, you know, and in California, the Republicans often don't show up for that kind of shit. Even when a Republican does win, they're like so different than like Schwarzenegger was the Republican governor. In any other state, he would have been a fucking Democrat. So,
right, no, of course.
Scotty voted for Schwartz. Oh my god, you know who I voted for? I don't even remember what his name was. But I voted in that fucking debacle of a recall election back in the day where Schwarzenegger ran. And I'm pretty sure I voted for whoever the libertarian was. So I voted for something.
Was it Johnson back then?
It might have been.
I think it was.
I don't know. Did he run for governor too?
I think he did.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I think I might have done that that vote. Don't realize how a lot of leftists also hate the DNC as well. I mean, I think pretty much any leftist would hate the DNC. I mean, like, even if you're just... I think even rad libs kind of hate the DNC because it's like you get... I don't know. I mean, just like, if you just even want to fucking have, like, really strong social change and you fucking are totally okay with, like, neo-lib economics, even then, like, the Democratic Party fucking definitely like has scuttled that shit. So, yeah, I mean, they fucked over the entire progressive base of the party, or the wing of the party, I guess, because their base is a little bit more diverse than just the progressives. But yeah, I mean, like, even progressive Democrats, I think, have reason to be sore with the DNC, let alone fucking outright leftists. I mean, I don't know who would fucking... I mean, who honestly... I mean, unless you are just a fucking hardcore neo-lib, which I mean, how many fucking everyday people really fucking fit that description? Not many in my fucking experience.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, people might find themselves agreeing with a lot of neoliberal shit and not realizing it, but as far as like self-describing, not a lot of people.
I don't think I've ever met a single person that was like, I am a neoliberal.
Right.
This kind of tends to be something that's ascribed to you from the outside.
Well, it's kind of the same thing as neoconservative. You never
True.
heard somebody like, I am a neoconservative.
Right.
Like, never heard that shit ever.
Yeah.
Right.
But you can identify one, you know, usually.
Right.
I mean, their foreign policy makes it fucking pretty goddamn easy.
It kind of does, yes.
But, you know, at any rate, I feel like a lot of people have reason to hate the fucking DNC, even outside of leftists. Like, Republican people, obviously, they should hate the DNC. Most Democrats, I think, should hate the fucking DNC. Leftists should despise the fucking DNC. There's not much to like about it. It's a very anti-democratic organization that seems Like, for all the fucking bitching that Democrats do about Republicans rigging elections and doing gerrymandering and stuff, the process whereby they do their primaries is not very democratic. It's been improved, I think, slightly by some reforms that Bernie Sanders argued for between 2016 and 2020. But, you know, obviously he didn't get everything he wanted, and there's still a lot of fucking ways for the DNC to put its thumb on those fucking scales. So,
Oh yeah.
actually,
sure.
it's kind of ironic. The Republican Party is a little bit more democratic in its primaries. Obviously, way less democratic in general open elections, with all the all the voter suppression laws they've been pushing. But the Democrats actually have a way less democratic primary. They have like the fucking concept of the super delegate alone is just like, are you fucking shitting me? It's basically just
Right.
like, yeah, we can just, we don't like the way you guys vote. We can like pretty much just like not do that. It's like, cool, awesome, love it.
Then the super duper delegate has an infinity vote. So sorry. Try again next time. It's like, what? But it's totally fucking, part of their rules.
Yeah,
For a reason. Because they're like, see, this is why
They like a hand. They like to have
agitating-
one hand on the reins at all times.
Right. This is why I'm agitating so heavily with no confidence and shit against the DNC. I'm trying to drum up leftist dissatisfaction with this organization that has held back our chances of democratically changing a fucking thing in this country since I was a boy. I watched him scuttle Howard Dean, who had one of the strongest labor voices that had ever gone as far as he did
Dude,
in a fucking...
I've been very good about picking who is going to be president. I've had a really great track record about who's going to get the nomination, who's going to fucking win the presidency. And one of the times I was wrong was Howard Dean, who I really felt had like so much energy and momentum in his favor, was connecting with crowds in a big way, and was totally fucking scuttled by just a ridiculous, like, they fucking scuttled him because he went woohoo or whatever the fuck, and they're just like, that was an awkward woohoo. Let's play that fucking nonstop until his, ratings dive. It's like, what? It's crazy how easy. Like, I don't know if that would work now. Like, they tried everything. They threw the kitchen sink at Trump and it never sunk him. But like Howard Dean, they fucking sunk his ass with the woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. It's like, whoa, he's not electable, y'all. Look at him. He's awkward. He's awkward.
Yeah, he's a human being. He made a fucking happy sound because he won something.
Well, the thing was, he'd come in third place, and it was like, oh, so they're like, oh, he's in denial. Look at him. He doesn't realize he's losing. It's like, well, it was the first state. Who gives a shit?
Right.
Someone asked, if we strengthen all unions, don't we this is Sergio Ribeiro, who's actually been donating quite a lot tonight, so thank you, Sergio. If we strengthen all unions, don't we also strengthen police unions? How do we strengthen worker and labor unions while also fighting corrupt police unions?
The only way that, because listen, I don't want to reveal a whole lot about my cousins and shit, but let's just say that the union that I was talking about that they're involved with is an adjacent union, right? It's a law enforcement union.
Mm-hmm.
So let's be frank about it. We have to work with them. It doesn't mean we have to put up with their shit, but if we're going to fucking counter what the police unions and teachers unions do, by the way, I think both of them have some shit that they need to account for. If we want to have any power over what they do, we got to have some labor pressure to be able to put on these fucking unions, right? And in the meantime, having the adjacency of cops is a good thing, right? Having the thugs go, before they shoot you, at the very least, and break up your protest is a good thing.
One thing I would say, too, is that, police I fundamentally think that the job of a police officer has to be a position that exists within society. There are times when it's necessary to use that. So if there is a necessity for there to be police, there's a necessity for there to be police unions. What the problem is, not to me, I don't think police unions are the big problem with police. And I understand that they can be blue walls of silence and all that stuff. But to me, the fundamental problem with police is
they're also the reason why a lot of times police just get sent on a vacation.
Sure.
rather
absolutely.
than fired for shit, right?
So there's definitely times when the police union is a problem. But to me, the bigger problem, at least, is that there are so many instances where police are sent to things that other people would be better suited for. There are so many instances where police are sent to something that a social worker would be better for. Mental health checks, stuff like that. Animal control issues, everything. They're just sent to so many things. They're treated like they're supposed to be peacekeepers. When really, like, the police should be the person you send when you need to use force. The police should be, hey, we are the people in society that are allowed to use force. So when you send them out is, there is a hostage situation where a person is holding a bunch of people hostage with a gun, or there is someone brandishing a knife or something crazy like that. You don't send them to, hey, a person with schizophrenia is freaking out right now. A person with autism is having some issues, or someone's sleeping in the fucking parking lot at the Burger King. They're just not the right tool for those jobs.
Right.
So I think that just addressing that alone would solve a lot of problems with policing. That's basically the essential idea behind defund the police, by the way, just a terribly named concept. But yeah, I mean, like, if, there should be a police union, but there should be a police union for the jobs that police actually have a valid function in society, because they're applied to way too many situations where they're just not the approach. But they're trained. They're trained as as if they're only being sent to those things is the problem. But I don't think anyone can be a guidance counselor and a fucking badass that's there to fucking kick the shit out of some bad guys at the same time. Like, you got to have one and the other. Those are two separate positions that are very different.
Yeah. I mean, maybe some very specially trained people could occupy some adjacent role that does a little bit of both of that.
Hostage
Sometimes
negotiator kind of stuff.
Right. You need to de-escalate somebody who may be more dangerous than your average dude having a breakdown or whatever.
Absolutely. It's possible for sure.
So yeah, but I'm in total agreement with you though. I mean,
Divorce from Humanity says $5. What's a quick and easy way to describe the difference between leftists and liberals? Anyways, I love your content. Keep up the good work. So the fundamental difference, first of all, is their approach to the issue of capitalism. The leftist wants to give the worker the means of production. In one way or another. Now, they don't always agree on the way that should be done. Some people say it needs to be done through the state. Some people say it needs to be done through a decentralized sort of cooperative sort of thing. Lots of different approaches to that. But the essential idea is workers control the means of production, not capital owners. But if that's a little bit hard to wrap your mind around, the thing I often use is basically, I like this prison analogy where it's like the liberal is the person advocating, like, you're in prison. The liberal is the person advocating for nicer conditions in the prison. The leftist is the person saying, let's fucking not be in this prison anymore. Let's get out. Let's burn the prison to the fucking ground. Right. So that'd be the base. I mean, liberals are reformists. They look at the current system and say, reform, reform, reform. A leftist is like, no, reset. This is not working. We need totally different systemic approaches to these problems. And we need to create a society where people, don't have to work or die, don't have to face starvation, don't have to do wage slavery, where the people who, create everything around us, the workers, are actually, have an ownership stake in that. It belongs to us collectively, the people who created it, and not just the people who put up the capital for it. So that's the fundamental difference, at least as far as I understand it. But these are terms that are so complex that, someone could easily jump down my throat and be like, you didn't account for this or that or the other thing. But that'd be my understanding. Paul, did you want to add anything to that?
No. I mean, I think you summed it up. I just don't want to repeat you. So, yeah.
Sergio Ribeiro gave $1.99, says, very nice stream today. TJ, Paul, and Chelsea. Thank you. Stephanie Owens sent a little cat gif and gave $1.49. Thank you. Paul, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, if that's okay.
All right.
With you.
Yeah.
Even if it's not okay with you, I'm still going to go. I'm still going to do it.
No, that's cool. I'll try and talk to people here.
Babysit the chat for a minute.
I'm stoned.
Oh, and I need to get some more music playing too. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. There we go.
I'm very high, chat. You have to be You have to be gentle with me right now. Be gentle with me, oh chatters. Also, TJ runs his shit on like medium latency or whatever, so it's gonna be forever until you guys even know TJ's gone. I'm just sitting here talking to the void right now. TJ. Jeez, TJ. This whole time I've been talking to TJ, I've been just kind of like absent-mindedly playing Warhammer Underworld online. It's kind of like a strategic game. It's pretty fun. I'm too stoned. It's one of those games that you can just kind of like kick back. Do you hate me, Paul? I don't hate anybody, bro. I don't hate nobody but Hitler. Socialism 101 is a good book on Audible that goes over the history of labor movements, bird's eye view of the subject too, but helpful for stupids like me. Sure. Make sure TJ knows to read that. This chat is now ideology. Yes. 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 Cross out. What? Are you training Rocky style for Vosh? I don't even know if that's gonna go down, y'all. Like, I don't know what the deal is. It's been 2 weeks. Dude was like, hey, what's your availability? And I was like, here's my availability, bro. But pretty much like I can make it work, you know, if you need me outside of that availability, because I work for myself, so it's good. And then I even hit him back up again, and I was like, hey man, I got some time off right now, like telling him like this week, if you want to hit me up. And I haven't heard back from him, dude. So it is what it is. I'm not holding out a whole lot of hope of it happening anytime soon, which is kind of shitty because I would really like to do it soon. But if it has to wait, it has to wait, you know. TJ will get you in. I don't know that TJ has any more ability to get a hold of Vosh than I do. Maybe he does.
What are we talking about?
People are asking, like, harassing me about when I'm going to go on Vosh. And
Vosh is a very tough guy to nail down on that kind of stuff, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him that. I told him it's like 2 weeks ago. He asked me for my availability, and I gave it to him, and I haven't heard back. You know,
yeah,
it's like
that's very, very common for like, dealing with Vosh. I wouldn't worry about that at all.
No, he'll get back to me.
Yeah, I mean, like it'll happen when it happens. Don't worry about it. Don't fucking.
People are just boned up. People are real boned up.
Yeah, people were asking me the other day, like, what are they going to discuss? What are they going to discuss? Like, I don't fucking know, dude.
Neither do I.
I threw out some speculative thing, like maybe they'll discuss like harm reduction shit. Maybe they'll discuss vote electoralism shit. Maybe they'll discuss kink at pride. I don't know. I don't know what they'll fucking talk about. Paul is a handsome mayo monkey. Hey, no racial slurs, goose juice, you damn bigot. Quit fucking hating on the white people. Fuck's sake.
They call me a fucking mayo monkey?
Yeah, you're a mayo monkey, Paul.
Okay, listen to me, motherfucker.
Jamie Darkey said Vosh is the original socialist. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
I was calling myself a democratic socialist in 2000. When did we have our back and forth? Like 2011, 2012?
Yeah, I don't remember when that was, but wasn't that long ago. I mean, it was
like you remember like us before we started working together. We had that whole argument back and forth. What year was that?
Fuck, I don't remember.
But whatever year that was, I was out as a democratic socialist that year. So
yeah, I definitely was not that yet in 2011. Someone asked me, like, how did you get so left wing? I'm like, well, you know, I already had a bunch of the positions. Like, I was already fucking really anti-cop. It's pretty anti-authority in general. It's always like super pro universal health care ever since I saw Sicko. I don't know what year Sicko came out, but like I loved all those early. Like I always loved and agreed with those Michael Moore documentaries. So like I was already at least as left as Michael Moore. And then I even read his book, fucking Stupid White Men. I think Michael Moore actually probably brought me left on a lot of shit. Because that might have been the shit that kicked the Ayn Rand out of me. Because I read Ayn Rand when I was 16, and you would not have. I would have been an insufferable character to meet at that time, more insufferable. 13 Unmetal says, what's a recent music artist you've discovered that you respect? I mean, it's been a while for me. The most recent one I can think of would probably be like Ghost, I guess.
You know what? Mine rhymes with yours.
Post.
Yeah.
He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts.
Dude. See? An it connection.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's real.
Dude,
That's how you know
what
it's real, dude.
I was so sad because when I was watching Train to Busan for the second time, I watched it because Joe Bob was doing it, and I love Joe Bob. He's like, I didn't realize until he came back into my life how much I missed Monster Vision and shit, like how much that was like a hole in my heart. But then he was really like a father figure for me, like growing up. He's like, or at least an uncle figure. I would say he was like an uncle figure, and I still kind of like that's still like kind of like Uncle Joe Bob in my mind. But anyway, I was sitting there and he was talking about Train to Busan, give me some facts and stuff because like that's what he does. He likes to enlighten you about stuff that's like behind the scenes in the movie and give you little factoids and shit. One of the things he was like, yeah, they're actually working on a American remake of Train to Busan. I'm like, no, please, God, no, don't do it. And he was like, yeah, it's by the writer of Annabelle and It. I'm like, welp, that's gonna suck balls. So, oof.
I just watched The Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It.
All right, hold on. Before you tell me your opinion, I just want to go through my history with The Conjuring very briefly.
Yeah.
Conjuring 1, I didn't love it, but I liked it. Conjuring 2, I did not like.
Mm-hmm.
Conjuring 3, what are your thoughts?
So I watched it on HBO because I've got the HBO shit, and it's like still in theaters right now.
Yeah.
So,
but it's one of those ones that's also co-premiering on HBO Max. Yeah.
Right. So I watched it, and dude, it's based on the same case that the Exorcist is based on.
Uh-huh.
And they seem to think that gives them wide liberties to just like kind of try and rip off The Exorcist in terms of like tone. There's actually a shot where The Exorcist shows up and gets out of an Uber.
Wait, does it do the lamppost?
Or not out of an Uber. Yeah.
Oh man, that's like the cover of The Exorcist.
No, I can tell that they thought like, yeah, dude, this will be like a tribute or whatever.
Tribute,
you're just like, no, dude, man, no.
So does the movie suck though? Does it just suck across?
It does.
board? Yeah,
it sucks, but it. Like, here's the thing with how I felt about all of the Conjuring movies. I would say the same about all of the Conjuring films. They all suck, but they're all watchable suck.
So
like because they're competently made. So there's some cool shit in The Conjuring that's worth watching. The antagonist is actually kind of cool in the third one.
Dope.
It's different.
One of the things I did not like about the second film was the nun that they put in the villain. I was like so unimpressed with that villain.
Well, there's no more of that.
Good. Thank
there's
goodness
no more of that
gracious. Shit. No, I love. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the. I love horror movies, and in fact, I want to actually thank you, Paul, because when I was a kid, I used to love horror movies, and I don't know what the fuck went wrong, but somewhere in life, I took a fucking wrong turn out of horror fandom, and just kind of
sucks.
And then it wasn't until our friendship, that I really started to get back into horror movies. But I have to say, I'm not too keen on the mainstream horror movies being put out today. I like some of the more not completely underground movies that are coming out, but I like modern horror, but it's never the stuff that's like the blockbuster, you know?
Have you done the Midsummer shit yet?
It's on my fucking to-do list, dude. It's on my to-do list, I swear.
Like, you can't fucking say you hate modern horror and not watch Midsummer.
Well, no, but look, I loved The Witch. I loved Lighthouse. I loved Hereditary. So I'm sure I'm gonna love Midsummer too, because it seems like it's along in that same vein as those.
I mean, it is, but I think you'll like it more. Maybe it's possible.
Well,
it's definitely
my favorite of the three I listed is The
tropes.
Lighthouse. I love The Lighthouse and I love The Witch, and I think Hereditary is really good. I think that maybe it was a little. I might not like it as much as those other two, but I still really like Hereditary. You know, the thing is, I've been fucking watching a lot of really old shit though. Like I've been going back into the fucking not really old, I guess, because like really old would be like 50s and shit. I don't like 50s horror. I'm not a fan of 50s and 60s shit really. 70s and 80s, and to some extent 90s I love, but 70s and 80s, they're my favorite shit. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of fucking gems in there, dude. Have you gone back and watched fucking Demon Knight yet?
Dude,
that kind of like small. Do you like it or no?
Let me make sure before I talk. So I always get Demon Knight.
That's the lipstick titty movie where the fucking kids go.
So
to
Demon Knight
Mansion.
is the Tales from the Crypt movie. You're thinking of
Night
Night
of the
of the
Demons.
Demons.
Yeah. Angela,
Night of the Demons. Yeah. And okay, Night of the Demons, I think is a watchable fucking horror film. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think it's better than mediocre though. So I'll say like.
I just want everybody to love Night of the Demons. I don't know why. I'm so protective of that movie.
Night of the Demons, it's really okay. So it's really cool when they get to the house. I feel like it gets progressively cooler, but I do think it's a little bit of a slow start.
It is,
and you know,
there's a lot of setup to it.
You know, I don't know, and you're not in the hands of like the best actors to give you that slow start, if you know what I mean.
Right.
But you know, I do like the movie. You know, it's a fucking cool flick. I actually like Demon Knight as well, just in case anyone's curious.
Yeah, they're both great in my opinion. The more I watch Night of the Demons, the more I love it, and it's in there with like Demon Wind is another one from my childhood that I was fucking obsessed with.
Yeah, Demon Wind.
Pumpkinhead makes me feel the same way, even though I think Pumpkinhead is a vastly superior film to the other two I've mentioned, but it gives you that same feeling.
Dude, Pumpkinhead's great.
There's an evocative feeling about certain 80s horror movies where they really got this like everybody's out in the middle of nowhere really well. Pre cell phone, pre sat phone, pre fucking everybody's got a goddamn computer in their pocket shit.
Yeah, I want to touch on what you just said, but I'm gonna read these two super chats really quick first. So the Orion Knight gave 279 CA, bend the knee and swear fealty to King Paul and TJ. To King Paul TJ, I think he's trying to say. All right, I swear fealty to you, Lord Paul. The Paul Freak Show, who I think is your hater, says if you could mold humans by having them read authors like Nietzsche and Rand with different levels of emotional maturity, what authors, what age, and why? I don't know. Maybe I'll remember to address that later, but I'm more interested in what Paul was saying a minute ago. So sorry, Paul's a freak show or whatever, but you're kind of
he's a piece of shit.
There are certain films that I have a very particular, almost ineffable feeling about. And I think what it is when it's just like the film truly casts like a magical spell on me. And it feels not as if the film is real necessarily, but as though it were not something that was made by human beings. Like, it doesn't feel like there was ever a production. It doesn't feel like it feels like something that just came into being. And this is a feeling it's very hard to describe. I mean, that's the best I can describe the feeling I get. And it's only certain films that give me that feeling. And I don't know what the commonality is between them. But I can tell you that whenever I feel that way about a film it occupies a special place in my heart. And Pumpkinhead has that feel to me. Like, it doesn't. It's like it's impossible for me to imagine.
It's ghostly.
Yeah, like
it's impossible. You can't. I know exactly what you mean. It's like you cannot picture that there's a camera in this shot.
Right.
You cannot
or a
picture
crew
that there's
or
a
catering table or guys
or
doing shit. Like, it just feels like it's just seamlessly, ethereally there. In a way, and I know this probably sounds pretentious as fuck to anyone who has never felt this feeling, but that's it's just like, I don't. Another film that gives me that, by the way, is the original Conan the Barbarian. That stars Schwarzenegger. So you think Schwarzenegger alone would be enough to break that, but it, generic T girl gave you $5. Says go buy Paul a sandwich. All right. Well, when I see Paul next, I will buy him a sandwich.
Sweet
for you.
Thank
So
you.
Paul, I owe you one sandwich from the
Holy
sandwich
shit.
place of your choice.
Sweet.
And
I'm gonna find an expensive motherfucker.
hey, whatever. Oh man, I love a good sandwich. I'll be honest with you.
Me too.
But yeah, Pumpkinhead's a fucking brilliant film. Demon Wind. That's I don't know if that's a brilliant film. It's watchable.
It gives me. I have that same feeling about it. It gives me that what you just described. I have that feeling about that movie, even though it's not as good a movie to watch. I still have the feeling that like there's no way there's actually people that made this. That this is some kind of like floating head in a weird documentary about some weird shit that happened. Kind of feel about it. Yeah.
No, I totally feel it. A movie that I've watched a couple times now, and just really like, I don't know if you ever seen Maniac.
Yeah.
That movie captivates me in a way that I don't think is healthy. I'm just like, I'm like, whoa. Like the fucking front cover of that. Let me show people. There's like the dude on the front cover is like literally like sporting like a bloody knife and like an erection. Movie poster. The ending of Maniac gets into my head in like the craziest fucking way. Here you go. So I don't know if you remember the ending to Maniac, Paul.
It's been a long time since I've seen Maniac.
Here's this shit here. This you can basically see like he's got a fucking. It looks like he has a fucking erection, or at least you can see the outline of his dick.
Yeah, for sure. He's smuggling plums, dude.
Yeah. So the motherfucker in Maniac. This is spoilers for Maniac if anyone fucking gives a shit. But the killer in Maniac goes around and he basically scalps women and puts their scalps on mannequins that he has a collection of it. And then he treats the mannequins as if they're girlfriends who now have the personality of the woman he's killed, but love him. And the dude playing the fucking Maniac is like 100% sells it, because he's like, he comes across as like they really filmed like an emotionally disturbed guy, but I guess he was actually a pretty cool dude. But he plays a fucking maniac really well. And I guess he was kind of a maniac, just not in the way that the film portrayed. Like he wasn't killing people or anything, obviously. At least not anyone knows of. But the end of the film, and there's no supernatural element to the movie throughout the film. It's just a slasher movie. But at the end of the movie, in what maybe is a dream sequence or maybe isn't, but somehow whether it is or isn't results in him dying, the mannequins all come to life and fucking they fucking, and they kill him. Like all the women that he killed in the movie
come back as
as his fucking mannequins and murder him in his bed. And the police come and see his body, and it's just like, whoa, that's nuts.
I remember that shit.
It's fucking crazy, dude. I don't know, man. It's a fucking powerful shit. Apparently, by the way, the guy that directed that movie, I forget his name, he now runs a DVD distribution thing. He sells a bunch of he now releases horror on a DVD, like a lot of Italian shit, apparently. But the dude that directed Maniac, was wanted originally for it to be that he would cut off women's clitorises. So, and then people advised him like,
nah.
They're like, no, you're gonna have to dial it back. It's a little too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can definitely see the mentality. But that's just like gives you a little nugget of the mentality that went into the making of that picture. The Onion Knight says, welcome to King Paul's Council, Lord TJ. Thank you, Onion Knight. Oh, shit. I lost my place. Got a few Streamlabs came in. Tuple Tree says, TJ, what are your thoughts on Warner Brothers choosing to have King Kong beat Godzilla? Quit trying to reignite that shit. We've been through it.
Yeah,
David
dude, we
Bash.
already had that out.
Yeah, that's you know.
TJ already agreed. Godzilla lost. Let's just move on.
Okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna. You can have it. David Bash gave $10 and says, "What's the best chicken and waffles?" Surprising enough, Chili's honey chipotle chicken and waffles are pretty good. Well, I can tell you, I've been to Roscoe's, the actual like chicken and waffle place, and it's like got its reputation for a reason. It's good shit. So yeah,
Sure.
Roscoe's is good. I've had some at some Vegas buffets and shit too, but I don't know. That's the one.
Roscoe's is the one.
I pay. This is a Paul freak show. I pay for TJ content, so it's disgusting that Paul is here. Here, TJ, buy yourself a sandwich to eat in front of hungry Ball's face. Hey, I guess keep giving me money to insult Paul. I don't care. Half
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that too. Fair arrangement.
But yeah, that fucking I don't know, man. Old horror movies, crazy stuff. I just keep feeling like I'm getting to a point where like I've watched them all now, but part of me knows that's never going to be true. There's always going to be some crazy shit that I haven't seen that's just waiting to be discovered.
Yeah.
Stephanie Owens says, gave $10, says, buy you and Paul some cheesecake. You guys like cheesecake, right? People are giving us money for food now for some reason.
Cool.
But yeah, I like cheesecake. Fucking A. I think they actually remade the movie Maniac a number of years later, and it was pretty bad, I guess. What do you think of all these horror remakes? Are there any of these horror remakes that you like better than the original? I have one.
There's one.
I have one.
Yeah. There's one that I think is actually like. Well, I don't know if I like it better than the original, but I think that it stands on its own feet, like as its own thing, which I can't say for most of the remakes. So like the remake of Fright Night.
Fright Night. Yeah. You know what? I actually did like that one.
Yeah.
I remember watching that. I actually saw that before I saw the original. And yeah, I liked it. I don't know if maybe that helped though. But I actually felt like it was a real movie, and it, you know, it obviously hit the same story beats. It didn't really bring anything too original to it, but I think wasn't it Colin Farrell or something? Was in there?
It changed the tone.
Yeah,
it like really modernized the tone and made it less wacky than the original was.
Yeah. But it's still it had a cool vibe to it though, nonetheless.
Yeah, I liked it.
So you know, a movie that I feel like does that for me is The Crazies.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I
agree. The Crazies feels like its own fucking original movie.
It really does. I feel like they actually, and no disrespect to George A. Romero, who obviously was a legend and shit, but I feel like the new film actually, I don't know, it delivered on the premise, in my opinion, a little better. And the first, I mean, I'll watch the fucking, I think it was 80s version, but or maybe it was the 70s. Hold on, let me see. The original Crazies was 73, so not even close to the 80s. I'll watch this fucking 70s version, and it's all right. I think even IMDb actually has the 2010 version a little higher. I don't know. It just it's a fun movie. I didn't like 30 Days a Night. That popped up when I was looking at the Crazies.
You know what, dude?
I really wanted to like that
30 Days of
movie.
Night, I loved the vampires in it.
No
I did.
God.
Yeah.
They were great design-wise.
And I love the idea of this like tramp freighter that just like floats around the Arctic Circle and then waits for the sun. Like the premise really nailed me. But I did not like Josh Hartnett. I thought he was so miscast in the movie. It felt like a surfer stoner ended up as a park ranger in Alaska somehow and just ridiculously miscast.
Yeah.
And not enough character development on the villains.
I agree
like
with
I wanted to know more about the backstories of these, like especially the main ones, led by really talented fucking character actor. I never remember his fucking name. He's been in a fuck ton of shit.
Timothy Oliphant, right? Isn't that who it is?
No. The guy that I'm talking about, the vampires.
I thought he was the vampire. Hold on. Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
I haven't seen it in a while, so 30 days.
It's another guy. He's been in a bunch of fucking shit. I'm trying to remember his I'll never be able to remember his name.
Boop, 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 boop. Hold on. I'm looking at the IMDb page. Well, they've changed IMDb, so hold on.
He was in The Aviator. He was like a minor character in The Aviator. He's like one of the dudes that helps him buy all the airplanes up.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm having a real hard time. What was the fucking name of the motherfucking shit? Well, I'm having trouble. They've changed the layout of IMDb, and so it's going to take Grandpa TJ a few fucking days to adjust, but, you know. I agree with you. The thing I really wanted to like that movie a lot. Like, I really was fucking hyped for it. I thought it was super fucking great concept, but I came away with the same kind of feeling as you, where I was just like, I don't know. I really wanted to get to know the fucking vampires better, especially. Like, I really wanted more insight into their world and their mentality and see some, like, interaction between them. You know, I don't know.
Dude's name, by the way, is Danny Houston.
Okay.
I don't really remember like I really fucking loved his turn as the lead vampire in the movie, but I just wanted to know more about him.
Yeah, there were some some cool moments, and the vampire design was definitely fucking cool.
It was on point. Different. They were all raggedy, you know, like they've been living out there with hardly any blood for a long time.
They kind of had a Nosferatu vibe, but they weren't a ripoff, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's been a while since... I mean, do you think that fucking Twilight has just killed the vampire? Or do you think that'll be back as a horror thing at some point? Or do you think
undead always return, TJ?
So, like, how long has it been since we had a fucking, like, vampire horror movie that fucking did anything, at least? I mean, maybe some people have done it indie or some shit that I haven't heard of.
They remade The Lost Boys a few years ago.
Did they?
I'm pretty sure.
Fuck.
99.9% sure they did.
Oh, my God. Okay. I didn't even know that. I don't know. Is there you think there's any meat left on that vampire bone, or has every good vampire story already pretty much been told?
Yeah, they remade The Lost Boys in 2002.
Oh my God, are you serious? 2002.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. It was a fucking documentary.
Okay,
no.
It's a different thing. All right.
Maybe I'm wrong about that. 1987 is all I'm finding. Thank goodness. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Lindsay Ellis thinks you have internalized misogyny if you hate Twilight now. Really? Well, obviously it wouldn't be internalized for me. It'd just be regular old misogyny. Okay. Well, if that's all it takes to become a misogynist in Lindsay Ellis's world, then I'll gladly own up to being a misogynist because those movies are awful. There could be a bomb revival. They should make it edgier, in my opinion. Okay. The vampires turn into a joke in most of the mainstream. Rare occasions like Resident Evil 8 does the vampire some justice. Oh, that's right. They had vampires in Resident Evil 8. I forgot about that. So perhaps the vampire does not get a cinematic redemption, but will be redeemed in the sphere of video games. I think people refusing to forget about Twilight and letting it define vampires ruin them more than anything. Yeah, perhaps you're right. I hate Twilight pretty bad, I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's not really worth actively hating, but when I think about it, I definitely am overcome with feelings of displeasure. Has Kristen Stewart gone on to become a great actor? I have never seen anything to make me think she's anything but a plank-faced fucking nobody who has no talent. Sorry, I guess that's a little harsh, but wow, she's a bad actress. And from what I've seen, I don't know, maybe there's some roles you could turn me on to that would totally shatter that belief of mine. And I'd be like, whoa, okay. Jennifer Lawrence did when she acted in a Mother. I thought it was like, oh, okay, she actually can act. She just doesn't sometimes. There are actors like that. There's actors who just will not fake it for the paycheck. Like, you can buy them to bodily stand where they need to stand and say their lines, but you cannot buy their acting talent. They will only use that when they actually want to. Usually Hollywood catches on eventually and they stop getting real work.
You hear me all right?
Yeah. Are you on your phone?
Yeah. I just moved outside. I'm smoking.
Gotcha.
Gonna see if it would work.
No, you're fine. I was just telling these people about how what little respect I have for Kristen Stewart's acting ability and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I was also telling them I was saying Jennifer Lawrence, who I also thought was a bad actress for a long time. I saw her in Mother, and I was like, oh, she actually can act. But
yeah.
Then I realized there's certain actors that you can buy their presence, you can buy them to read the lines, but you can't actually buy them to commit to the role unless they actually do.
And there's some people that are good actors under very specific circumstances.
Right.
Like the role in Mother required Jennifer Lawrence to be very ethereally emotional. She she turned a really good performance out, but it didn't really require her to sell herself as a likable character or really an existent character at all. She just was. And I think that served her particular style of acting really well.
Sure.
But I think the movie wrapped around her is what made her a great actress in that film. That movie was fucking nuts.
I mean, I think she did exactly what was needed for the role, which to me, that shows you at least got something.
Yeah.
There's certain actors that maybe I just haven't seen them in the right thing that, I don't see it with them. And Kristen Stewart, I'm open to it. If there's a role that's going to change my fucking mind, put me on it, and eventually I will watch it. But from where I'm standing now, that bitch has got zero talent, and I just could not give less of a fuck.
Word. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, she's never blown me away in anything other than Mother, so you gotta do that.
I'm talking about Kristen Stewart now.
Oh, Kristen Stewart. Oh, what has she been in other than fucking the Hunger Games and shit?
She wasn't even in that, was she? She was in Twilight. She's in Twilight.
She was in the Hunger Games.
Was she? Okay, cool.
Or no, never mind. That's the other one.
Yeah,
I'm getting my fucking chicks mixed up here.
You're getting your wires crossed.
Yeah, I'm getting my ladies mixed up.
Sylvester Stallone, not good outside of the Rocky and Rambo franchises.
Wrong.
I feel like that's not completely accurate. There's definitely
Never seen Cobra? Cobra's a dope ass fucking movie, and he's awesome in it. So get bent. Cobra's awesome.
But I've definitely seen Stallone be really, really,
Cliffhanger.
really awful.
Come on, bro. Cliffhanger.
He was good in Cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger is an absurd premise, but a fucking dope ass action movie. So I don't buy that shit. Stallone is multi-talented. He was actually pretty fucking good. So bad he was good in that goddamn fucking Drunkenstein movie shit.
Yeah, I mean, he was at least captivating. I'll give him that much.
He was a fish out of water, which is what the movie was about.
And they call him Drunkenstein. Look, I admit his best performances is probably in the Rocky and Rambo movies and shit, but, Stallone can definitely shine in the right fucking gimmick, vehicle, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the same about Schwarzenegger, he can shine in the right fucking premise, man. He can commit to the fucking role. He can do it. He can, I feel like to this day, he disappeared into the fucking role of Conan. It's hard even for me to see Schwarzenegger in that, even though it's Schwarzenegger, who is the loudest, biggest Schwarzeneggerist personality in the fucking face of the earth.
I mean, he has a remarkable way of being this big, giant, instantly recognizable behemoth, but he blends right in to the movies that he's in perfectly. I feel the same way about Predator.
Right.
When I'm watching Predator, I'm not going man, he's Schwarzenegger. I'm just going whatever his character is, I'm rooting for him. He's like that in every movie. It's
the movies, not the actor. Well, no, because you put the wrong actor in the role, and it's not going to fucking work. The right actor for the role is part of what makes the movie work, and obviously there's so many things that go into making a fucking movie. There's acting,
sometimes
there's
it
writing, there's production, there's sound, like whatever. There's all kinds of stuff. So
Sure.
fair enough on that.
Sometimes it can be the movie and not the actor. I mean, it depends. There are movies that outshine the talent that's in them by
Well, sure. Look,
an order of magnitude.
But there's always something you can point to where it's like, oh, well, it might not be the best acted movie, but it's very well written, or it's very well, there's great set pieces, or whatever the fuck. There's always something you can point to as like, oh, well, this is where it shines, though.
Yeah.
You know? Because, like, I watch a lot of movies where the acting is not great, but there's other things that's like, oh, wow, but this is a really creative fucking set piece. Or,
dude, this is one of those things that I've wanted to bring up with you for a while now, dude. We need to write a fucking screenplay. We just need to do it.
Yeah.
We've got all these fucking ideas. We need to write a screenplay and get it out there, shop it around, see if somebody wants to fucking make it, see the crowdfund part of it, and actually like make a run at making a movie before we're too old to fucking.
I think you're probably right. I mean, like,
you know what I mean? Because even if what we churn out isn't well received or something, we can say what 99% of movie buffs can't say. We went out and did it.
Yeah.
Like
we have,
you know what I mean?
I've got the IMDb credit, you know?
Right.
No, you're definitely right. I think we should. I think you're probably right about that.
Fucking
I
write
actually,
a horror movie.
so
there's a number of concepts
one of the
we've
reasons,
talked about.
one of the reasons I haven't done start reading the Death in the Haymarket is I'm actually reading a book called Save the Cat, which is a guide to plot structure in novels. But it was adapted from a famous book on writing screenplays called Save the Cat, which is about story structure in film.
Right.
So, you know, a lot of the same lessons should probably apply in terms of that. But yeah, I think we should definitely do it. I'm writing my novel right now, but yeah, definitely fucking, I don't know.
We can, you know, like we can shop it around. If it doesn't get picked up, we self-produce. We write it as something that can be done cheaply and something that could benefit from a little higher budget. So if you know, like an existent fucking production house wants to pick it up and throw a little money at us, we do that. And if not, we crowdfund as much as we can. We throw some of our personal money behind it, you know, and just call it an investment and make this fucking thing. You know
what you do is you just fucking you get it, you cut a trailer for it, you know. You just like do like a little sample reel of like what it's gonna look like and stuff, and then you get you crowdfund on the trailer basically.
Right.
We can get like a cinematographer. I know a guy that has some filmmaking fucking talent that we could probably fucking tap for something like that.
I guarantee we probably could.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I definitely have a love for film that like I should be doing more than just talking about it.
Dude, I want to see that Pessimist Productions logo on the big screen, dude. I want to see it precede something that we've made on the big screen with our fans in the fucking audience at a premiere.
Please only use practical effects in your movie. Well, look, I mean, we're going to use
whatever. How much can we afford to
We're going to use whatever fucking effects are within the budget constraints of whatever the fuck is going to happen if we decide to make it ourselves.
Right.
But, yeah. No, we're going to... I mean, look, if effect can be done with CG that can't be done with fucking whatever, I mean, like... Honestly, at the level we're probably going to be talking about, CG looks like shit anyway, so it would probably be a practical effect. But if there was something that we needed to do CG, I'd just do the CG.
I mean, we could even go fucking ultra low budget and act in it ourselves, like be at least a couple of the principal characters in it ourselves, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's definitely a budget thing, but also, like, let's be real. Like, we're both pretty egotistical, too, so, like, of course I want to be in the movie.
Well, I mean, it would be fucking like if we wrote it around a couple of central characters that we could play, and if we found people that were
we could do like a meta thing where like we're two fucking like struggling fucking film critics like trying to do like a film blog or something, but we really want to be filmmakers but like we can't put together a budget for a movie, so we decided to go out and really kill people. You know?
Oh shit! Yeah.
And we'll be like, we're trying to make a low budget horror movie by actually just murdering people and filming it, but like
Yeah, we could do-
filming
yeah,
a story
like,
around it and stuff. You know, I don't know.
like a comedy horror version of that. What was that movie that had Jack Black and fucking Common in it? Not Common, fucking.
What am I?
It was
Black.
like where they were trying to save the video rental place.
Oh, right. Yeah. Please rewind or be kind, rewind or some shit. Yeah, we do like the horror version where we're trying to shoot a low budget horror movie by like murdering people.
Yeah, we start out by getting like just what we can afford, like some fake blood and some fake knives and shit, and with like cheap ass cameras and stuff. And we're just like, man, this looks fucking horrible.
Yeah, we'll be like, oh my god, the kill scenes looks fucking awful or whatever.
Nobody's gonna watch this, and then like like one night, one of us, it has to be your character, floats the idea like, dude, what if we just one time found like somebody that was gonna die anyway?
Yeah.
Somebody miserable, and we just fucking like do some of this for real. We get some butcher knives and shit. We film it. We say we did it on the fucking cheap or whatever. And like slowly but surely convinces the other character to do it, and then it spins out of control, obviously, because
right. And then it just goes like, yeah, and like it just goes fucking totally batshit, right?
Becomes this crazy meta examination of making a horror film.
Yeah, as we're making a horror film,
right?
And of course, the footage that we shoot has to be like, oh wow, this is incredible, this is so much better, you know, and it's like, you know.
Right. That's a budget constraint there, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it really doesn't cost that much to shoot a convincing enough. I mean, like, you know.
There's a little bit. There's some old tricks that you can use that if they're filmed right, like I see this movie being filmed partially handheld.
Right.
Like a lot of the kill scenes have to be handheld. Right.
Oh yeah.
Like both of us manning cheaper.
It's gotta have that like
cameras.
cinema verite fucking quality of like, yeah.
Right.
Like, almost kind of switching to almost like a like the fucking found footage shit a little bit in certain parts. Practical effects. Oh, dude, that should that should be the name of the fucking movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I like it. Dude, I actually like this fucking idea.
Me too.
See the budget for this, dude. If we cheaped out, we could make some fucking real like gruesome, gory kills. Hire a cinematographer with a decent camera, and then do a lot of the shooting on handheld.
Yeah.
Like just do a lot of the shooting on GoPro. You know what I mean?
I like it.
We get GoPro hats and we go out and fucking jump hobos to start.
Yeah. We'll like have some kind of fucking like vetting process where we like maybe we like go through like a bunch, like first we like consider like terminally ill people or something, but they all look too fucking sick and shit. And then eventually we settle on like some kind of like homeless drunk or something. And we like dress them up in a business suit or something, like you're a businessman. Yeah. Or whatever the fuck, you know. Give him direction. He's like, when do I get my wine? And then starts really stabbing him and shit. And maybe he fucking like fights back way more than we think. And like, you know.
Dude, I love it.
Yeah.
I love the idea. It's a good idea.
Maybe the homeless guy that you think is going to be the movie's first kill actually beats the shit out of both of us. And we almost fucking dismiss the idea. I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff.
It goes horribly wrong, and we're both horrible at it. We end up like puking from fucking disgust and shit.
Yeah.
And like the footage is fucked up from it. Like it's not as good as it should be because we're all tentative about killing him. He goes running buck naked through the streets, so we have to chase him and shit. We barely get him.
Yeah,
just
I love it.
Horribly wrong. There's some fucking cop out, that's onto us.
Yeah, dude. We could charge people to play victims and shit.
As we start releasing the trailers for it, like we start getting more followers. We get on the radar of some cop, It's like, how are they doing this? Have you ever seen any fucking like footage like this? Look how they cut this dude's finger off. Have you ever seen anything like this? You know what I mean? He starts. Everybody's in the room's like, dude, they can do anything now. Fucking technology, the way it is, they can do whatever they want now.
Yeah.
This one fucking old school cop is like, nah, I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. So he's onto us. He's breathing down our neck.
Yeah. Do we need to get like a real like Michael Myers kind of like Loomis kind of fucking character. It like makes like some like the cop can make like the big grandiose like speech about evil and shit, and then it can just like cut to us like smoking weed. Maybe we're like
yeah.
Maybe we're just like sitting there like on a stoner couch with like our feet up, but there's like a like severed limb on the fucking table or some shit.
Yeah, dude, he gives that speech. He's like, you guys might all think I'm crazy, but let me tell you something. These two fucking guys, they're not gonna stop. They're evil, pure and simple, and they're getting better at what they're doing. And then it cuts to us just like ripping a fucking fat bong and watching old movies and shit.
Yeah, dude, I love it.
It's like Tucker versus Dale, but without the conceit that Tucker and Dale are actually innocent.
Yeah.
They're just too stoned to know that they're not innocent anymore. I guess.
I love it, man.
A stoner comedy / horror film.
Yeah, I love it.
Maybe at some point, like we pick the wrong target.
Yeah.
We can go like steal from that trope. Where it's like we target somebody that looks weak and we think wants to die, but they're actually some kind of fucking insane survivalist or something.
Yeah.
They've got booby traps all over the fucking house. We're caught in their fucking weird ass maze and shit.
I love this. I will donate money to see that movie. Well, that's what we're hoping on.
Yeah.
That's the realistic like this actually being realized is going to be pretty contingent on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one premise. I'm sure me and Paul could probably sit down and spitball fucking like 20 of these. But
oh, yeah.
We got to decide on one and fucking write the script and fucking make it happen for sure. Because, like, I don't know. I do want that kicked off my bucket list. There's a few things.
We're getting old.
I know. There's a few things.
We're just getting old, man. It's happening. I feel it in my bones, man. We're getting old. If we're gonna make a goddamn fucking movie, we better start trying now.
The fucking sword of Damocles doth hang over the head. It's time.
It is hanging.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think we should figure out a concept, write it up, and fucking see about either finding a filmmaker who can do it or fucking doing it ourselves or whatever the fuck. You murder the actual slasher on accident. What? So here's my rule about a horror movie. The ending has to come totally right the fuck out of left field, and no, like it cannot be anything that someone sees coming, and it has to be fucking totally batshit insane and the best part of the movie, and then it has to fucking end. Like right there. No fucking declining action. Horror is actually way better at that than most genres, I gotta say.
Yeah.
One of the things that sucks about like I don't know, like The Exorcist or something, is there was way too much after in that one, you know?
Yeah.
There needs to be.
I mean, that's true of a lot of horror movies.
I feel like there's plenty of movies though, that, like if you watch like Blood Sucking Freaks or whatever, like.
Well, yeah, that movie's not wasting any time doing anything.
Right.
Though.
The crazy bitches escape from their cage. They kill, I forget what his name is, the pretentious dude that owns the theater, and they fucking shove his dick in his fucking mouth or whatever the fuck they do. I can't exactly remember, but and then it's over. It's just like, okay, movie's done, you know?
Yeah.
Or like the second the killer's dead, credits roll. Or the second the killer wins, credits roll. Whatever the fucking case may be.
That old Vincent Price movie. What was that? Theater of Blood.
Theater of Blood. That's a good one too. Yeah, the second the motherfucker's dead, it's over.
Yep, he dies. He gives his like fucking Henry VIII speech up there on the bell tower while he's bleeding out, and then they shoot him, and his fucking movie's over.
Where does The Thing rate on your list of horror movies? I mean, like pretty goddamn close to the tippy top for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like top 10 for me easily. I don't know if I would put it top 5, but it might sneak into my top 5 if I sat down and thought about it.
I can tell you this. The Thing, to me, it's a masterwork in suspense. It's like one of the few horror movies that actually kind of scares me. I don't usually feel actual fear watching a horror movie, and I kind of feel it watching The Thing.
Yeah.
It has probably one of the all-time best jump scares I've ever fucking seen.
You're talking about the table jump scare where the dude's head comes off or whatever.
Actually, so I stand corrected. It has 2 of the best fucking jump scares I've ever seen. Because I was thinking about when they were doing the testing, the blood test.
Oh yeah,
there is it with its pacing, it leads you to believe that it lulls you into thinking that a jump scare is coming, kind of. But it lulls you into believing it's coming at a different time than when it actually does. It literally leads you down a primrose path where you think you're playing Duck, Duck, Goose, but it basically just goose right out of the fucking gate, and you're not fucking prepared.
Yeah.
It's just fucking, I don't know. It's fucking crazy. I love that movie. I love the ending of that movie. I love the ambiguity of that movie. I love the fucking can't trust anyone nature of that movie. I mean, it's been done before, but it's never been done that fucking well.
Agreed. It's really good.
It's definitely top 10. I mean, it's all right. I won't say it's definitely top 10 until I fucking really think about it, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't in my top 10 when I really sat down and fucking assessed. But I don't try to get too hung up on ranky kind of shit like that, though. So whatever.
Me neither. I don't naturally do it, and so I always get hung up when people ask me because I don't really have this natural running list.
But I can tell you, I respect the fuck out of that film, and I love John Carpenter as a director. So,
yep.
Best jump scare I've ever seen was in an Irish movie called The Eclipse. Don't know if I've seen that. I'm pretty sure I have not.
The most effective jump scare I've ever seen in a movie theater was the fucking Blair Witch Project when something just like starts punching their tent.
Yeah.
They're like inside the tent, they're hearing all these noises in the woods around them, and then all of a sudden something's right next to the tent. And really all it was is just a dork outside the tent slapping at the tent.
Yeah.
But I remember the whole fucking audience just fucking literally coming up out of their chairs at that shit.
Dude, I am just fucking I'm blown away by just like the sheer amount of creativity that happens in the horror genre that is so unappreciated by like a lot of the larger film going public. It's it's crazy to me just like how overlooked some of the like top filmmaking talents of our fucking of our time. I mean, it's
because horror is subversive in a way that corporate critics don't like, because it's often aimed at them, right, in some way, or some establishment that they support, and they don't like that. It's not as easy to classify a fucking horror film, and so that makes critics uncomfortable with it. And there's been a long-standing like black bagging basically of horror films from consideration for any top awards for a long time. Horror has had to exist kind of in its own ecosystem, and I don't really see it fucking changing in terms of like, I don't see the corporate media all of a sudden deciding to extol the virtues of tearing down the corporate media, so
yeah. This is one of the reasons why I've always thought it was so strange. It was probably the strangest contention that I read in Stephen King's book Danse Macabre, that horror has like an inherently conservative bias or something,
Yeah.
I feel like that's definitely not true.
No, it's completely untrue.
I don't know.
He was also writing from the 80s, right? Which, if you go back and look at the 80s, that is true. It's like 99% of horror that was coming out, especially movies in the 80s and the 70s, it was morality movies. Right?
If you fuck, the monster's going to get you.
Yeah, the slut gets killed. The fucking teenagers at the camp get hacked to pieces. The fucking monster comes, and that's still a theme that's played with a lot in horror. It Follows is a movie I just watched with Amelia for the first time. It's basically a deconstruction of that plot line. or maybe not a deconstruction, like a hyper focus on that,
Right.
where like the act of fucking is the demon. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's how it transfers around. It's
It
why
kind of sounds like
follows
it
you.
does for horror what Unforgiven did for like the Western. It's like a deconstruction of the genre up to that point.
Right.
It's kind of trying to reframe it.
It's definitely making a lot of social commentary about those early horror films and how sexual morality was at the center of them. And it just puts a microscope on it. And it's like, okay, well, if we're going to make horror films about sexual morality, then here's one that is literally a horror film where the monster only goes after you if you're sexually immoral.
Wow. Yeah. Which has always kind of tacitly been implied with a lot of these horror monsters anyway.
Right, but it's passed like a virus from one sexually immoral person to the next to the next.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
It's a good movie, but like, yeah, no, I agree with Stephen King from the perspective he was writing, which like back in the 70s and 80s, most horror was inherently conservative.
Well, yeah, but he said the genre itself, like inherently, like the whole concept of horror, like was just like was always going to have a conservative bias or slant. Even if someone tries to like put leftist or liberal messaging into it, it's always going to have a conservative nature fundamentally at some visceral gut level.
It's about trying to escape something that's killing you, right? It's the ultimate in conservatism. Like everybody becomes a conservative when the chips are down, right? Like if you're forced into it. If there's no liberal fucking lifeline coming to you and it's you and your family and your little stockpile of food, you're functionally a fucking conservative at that point.
Right.
Literally, fiscally, probably like when it comes to fucking defense, home defense and shit, all that kind of veneer melts away. And so maybe that's what he's talking about. Like at humans at their core, when they're afraid for their lives, that's an inherent conservative perspective.
I have to reread it and see what remember what his rationale was, but I do remember.
I read Dance Macabre when I was on that fucking jury, so it's been a lot of years since I read it myself. So yeah, I can't remember. I remember him talking about it, but I don't remember the context all that well. But
I almost want to just reread it at this point for recommendations, because I remember he went through a lot of fucking films in there, and
a lot of old horror movies too.
And I want to write it now with a little steno pad next to me so I can go actually watch the films he's referencing. And
there's probably a website like what movies are mentioned in Danse Macabre.
Right, but I want to read his thoughts on them and then go explore, that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a worthwhile book.
Actually, the music playing right now is a ripoff of the Halloween theme.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah,
it's like the early parts, with the chimes and shit.
Cool.
How do you feel about those films?
Halloween.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know me. I'm not a huge like slasher dude.
Yeah. So
I'm not super duper into them, but I really like the first one a lot. It has that same kind of quality that you were describing in Pumpkinhead.
Absolutely. Yes, I was yeah, it's like an etherealness. Like
yeah.
There's like a fucking otherworldly quality to the fucking movie where it's just like it doesn't feel like it comes from our dimension somehow.
Yep.
And none of the other films that follow it have that, by the way. I don't feel that watching Halloween 2 through even Halloween 4, which I really think is underappreciated. I still don't feel that.
There's some decent like fucking movies in the series that I've definitely enjoyed watching. Whether or not they're really great, who cares? But that first one is definitely got that fucking. Every time I watch it, it's kind of goosebumpy.
Did you ever check out that remake? Sorry, the 2018 one.
No,
I
didn't. Kind of just on principle.
Gotcha. It's actually pretty good. I don't know. I'll
have to check it out.
I'm reluctant to like outright full-throatedly recommend it, but I don't know. I feel like it's worth watching.
Yeah. I find that as I get older,
you give me so many recommendations that I'm like, yeah, I'll get around to it. So you know.
No, I know. I mean, I ultimately our movie watching habits are kind of driven by our own whims. We're both that same way, so
Yeah. I definitely factor it in though. I'm like, I'll be flipping through shit and be like, I'll check out this thing Paul recommended. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do the same. It's just, sometimes it takes me months to do so.
Sometimes it takes me fucking years.
Yeah.
You might be long dead or something. Like, oh yeah. Paul did say. What was better than Halloween 2? Oh, the new one, yeah. Halloween 2 is kind of an underwhelming sequel, but
dude, have I told you the tattoo I want to get? The tattoo stuff I want to do? I want to do my whole left arm in a Dune motif.
Oh, cool.
So
you really love that fucking book, man.
Oh, I love Dune, dude. I always have though.
You got a Dune boner.
Dune saved my life, bro. Like maybe not directly, but it was like a book that came around at a time when I was a teenager where shit was fucked up. And that whole litany against fear and the whole storyline and shit grounded me again in reality, gave me some tools that I didn't have back then. And so that book is literally a book that changed my life.
I feel like if for people like us who are more into like art and entertainment and shit like that, I feel like there's always going to be those things that just came to us in that right moment. And it's like when something comes to you like that, you just you're never going to turn on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, unless they fucking just butcher it in an absolute dog shit, I guess. But like, even then, probably not. You know?
I mean, they can never butcher the book for me.
Right. It's always going to be like Frank Herbert's Dune is always going to be Frank Herbert's Dune, no matter what the fuck. There's no change in it.
And it's a book I go back to often, and I love it. So it's definitely.
But yeah,
I've been playing around with ideas.
So tell me more about this tattoo. You gonna do like a desert motif, or you gonna do like something?
Well, I kind of want to do like the prime planets. So I want to do Arrakis right on the back of my left hand, with some space behind it to give it weight. You know what I mean? So it's floating against something. Have Arrakis there, and then have the other primary planets of the families involved in the Dune saga going up the back of my forearm, away from the back of my hand there. So like Caladan, Giedi Prime, just have all of those put on the back of my arm. And then on the underside of that forearm, I want to get a huge detailed portrait of Leto II, like as a worm, his huge body there, little figures attending to him and shit, and just have that as a big tall scene on the back of my forearm there. So I'm thinking in October, I'm going to fly back east to get it all done. And that's the closest I've come to something I really want to do. So.
Yeah. I've been, I don't know. I've had I've pretty much my entire life, I've like toyed with the idea of getting tattoos. But I think that lately I've actually had the itch. Like it's actually like, okay, yeah, I think it's time to actually do that.
Why not?
Yeah, and I'm going to do like a couple of forearm tattoos. I don't really know what I want them to be of, but I have some vague ideas that they're going to be like dark, and I feel like they're going to be done in sort of like a wood etching style with a lot of lines.
Sure.
But I don't know exactly what the content will be yet. I think I see like a lot of geometric shapes and maybe some like objects. I think they're going to be very like geometric and rigid.
Neat.
But I don't know yet.
Well, play around with it in your head. That's the best part about it, is deciding what you want to get done, kind of locking in on an idea.
Jared Cardenas gave 666 and says, "Would you ever work for the CIA?"
The money was right.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wish I could sit here and tell you that there's no way I would ever do that, but I mean, at the end of the day, I am a fucking human being, and I have a price. So, yeah, I probably would.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, copy that, team leader. Yeah, pulling out now. All right, dude, I gotta go, man. I gotta eat some food and stuff.
Shocked you didn't have one when I first watched you, TJ. Shocked I didn't have one what? I don't even
No, I am gonna take off and eat some food and shit.
All right,
but
dude.
it's been fun.
I'm gonna
Have a
keep.
good night,
I'm gonna keep plowing on.
Truck on. I'll maybe if I see you still going later, I'll rejoin you.
Yeah. If you feel like popping back in, just give me a call.
All right, buddy.
All right. Cool.
Bye.
Talk to you later, man. Cool. All right, I'm back to you guys now. So, any questions you got, I'm happy to answer them. Anything you want to talk about, I'm happy to fucking entertain it. Hopefully he'll eat a sandwich. You're very obsessed with sandwiches, generic T-girl. You know, the reason I don't have a tat is because, I don't know, I could never commit to what exactly I wanted. And I know that what I just told Paul sounded really vague, but it's the most specific I've ever known that I wanted as far as tattoos go. Like, I've toyed with so many ideas, but was never really feeling any of them. But I am feeling the idea that I just fucking talked about, so. Did Mayweather win? Let me check. No one gives a shit. I don't know. Who cares? Let's see. Let's see if it's even happened yet. I don't know. It's trending, I guess. What is this? There's some stats, I guess. Damn. Okay. Look at this shit, dude. Check this. So this is fucking great. So this is shot stats, basically. This is, you know, how many fucking punches they threw and how many connected. So Floyd Mayweather landed 40% of his punches. Logan Paul landed 13% of his punches. So I know this is going to come as a shock, but it turns out that the former best boxer in the world is a better boxer than a YouTuber, shockingly enough. So there you go. There's what we learned. Have this money I was going to give Paul. Thank you. I think that the best days of cinema is behind it, honestly, but I don't think it's over. I think you could still do great things with the movie. I think there's going to be great movies that get made after today. But I think that the rate has slowed down and we're definitely not in a renaissance. I don't know if there's ever going to be another film renaissance where we see like masterpieces getting made on a regular basis. I think they're going to be diamonds in the rough. Did you ever cringe from hearing your own voice when you first started making videos? I did for my own. I cringe. I have issues with my voice to this day. There's stuff I don't like about it. And you as a trans person, you're going to have probably more issues than I will. I know there's a lot of more struggle there. In other words, Mayweather was paid to not knock Logan Paul out and let him finish. I mean, like, dude, Floyd Mayweather was never much of a knockout guy, okay? Floyd Mayweather was always a guy that would dodge everything you threw at him and win on points. He's a slippery bastard. And that's exactly what he did to Logan fucking Paul. He dodged everything Paul threw at him, danced around him, and fucking just tagged him with enough punches to, like, win the fight by anyone's estimation. He's not looking for that knockout. That was never what Floyd Mayweather was about. I have a female resonant voice. I don't know what that means. Looking it up. 6. This is like some tips on how to sound, like have a feminine voice or whatever. Do you agree with Martin Scorsese on superhero movies not being real cinema? I don't know if he said superhero movies in general. I feel like he just said Marvel movies. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I think there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know. I think that he might be a little closed-minded about the genre. I feel like there's definitely superhero movies that rise to the level. Yeah. I want a drink. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, babe. He didn't win on points, only a KO would win. Yeah, but I mean, everyone knows that if they were counting points, he would have won. So he still effectively wins in the public fucking eye. Well, for this particular match, you did have to knock someone out to win because they weren't counting points. I think Chelsea's joining me once again.
Hello.
Hey, babe.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
You've been streaming a long time, huh?
Yeah, sure have.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Good.
Had a nice little conversation with Paul earlier.
He's gone now?
Yeah, he wanted to go eat and stuff.
Yeah, I did too.
But, you know, I've been streaming, making some super chats, talking to some people.
There's another one.
There's one right now. They'll probably get them a little faster now that I'm going to be paying more attention to the chat. Taylor DeGrasse, I think that's how it's pronounced, or DeGrace. Would you ever do a 30-minute interview with a nobody in exchange for cold hard cash? If so, how much? I mean, I guess. Write me on Twitter. We can arrange
I feel
details.
like you did something like that before.
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
That was kind of cool, actually.
Mayweather didn't knock out Logan Paul. What the fuck? Dude. Once again, Floyd Mayweather was not ever a knockout guy. Like, go back and look at his fights. He didn't win by knockout. He always won on points. I think he only had like a handful of knockouts in his entire fucking long career. Logan landed some good shots on Floyd. I don't know. I didn't watch it. I never will. I'm glad it captivated your imagination, I guess, but...
Do you mind
What?
if I hold on to you?
No, that's fine.
I'm feeling snuggly.
You're a snuggly baby.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm bugging you.
You're okay, baby.
Just missed you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But I belong to my people. My baby. Man, that fight was garbage. No shit. No fucking shit, it was garbage. What'd you fucking expect? Chelsea, get me a drink too. Nope. When was Mayweather's last KO anyway? I don't know. It's a long time ago. He didn't win fights that way. That's not how he did it. Chelsea, thank you for liking my Insta story earlier with the pics from Alaska.
You're welcome.
There you go. Fight was set up to cash in on the next fight. All hype. No shit. So don't fucking buy it. Don't fucking pay attention to it. Come on.
Did you like your pizza?
Yeah, it's good. Did you like it?
Yeah, we got there after they closed, so I was scared they weren't going to give it to us.
Oh, no. But they did, huh?
They did.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Imagine TJ the boxer, yeah. Imagine that. Garbage. She doesn't remember it, Lomeo. Yeah. Sorry.
I feel like I might, but there's like so many people traveling right now, and I'm liking, I don't know, like a lot of. Oh, you know what? I do remember. There were like red buildings or something.
Yeah, there was like red
They were like dilapidated, I think.
buildings.
If this is the same person I'm thinking of, I'm sorry.
Taylor DeGrace says, I went to school for radio broadcasting, so that would be a dream come true. Also, it's pronounced DeGrace. DeGrace.
Hey, Taylor.
I still don't know how to pronounce it. Hey, Chelsea. Hey, Taylor. Hey. Yeah, write me on Twitter and shit. We'll arrange some shit. It's fine.
That's cool.
Yeah.
DeGrache.
I don't know.
I don't think that's right.
I don't think it is either.
You gonna turn into a fighter like Logan?
Yeah, I'm going to go fight.
Cool.
TJ would have been great at promos, at least in WWE. I mean, like, you know, whatever. Sure that if I went down a different path in life and was more athletic, like, I could have... I mean, I'm big enough to do it. I don't know if I would have been fucking famous, but I could definitely have at least done it. But it's a fucking horrible gig, man. It's rough on the body, low paying, unless you're at the very tippy top echelon. Very temperamental audience.
It's just hard for me to read because the camera.
Oh, I got you. I can, like, hold up.
That's better, thanks. What's BJJ?
TJ, you should get into BJJ. I don't know. Blowjob justice? Why'd I actually start typing that? Is it fighting? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Okay.
Brazilian.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
There actually is one of those places around here.
Bergerben Jabberber. You
I don't know anything about that, honestly, and like how it's different
I don't know.
than regular like karate. So, Bojo's Bizarre Adventure. Yep.
TJ, if you lost about 40 pounds, you would be the same height and weight as Mewtwo. Okay. Well,
Damn.
that will be my new goal in life.
They're asking me why I like Billie so much.
Chelsea, why do you like Billie Eilish so much, even though it's obvious that her so-called relatableness is just carefully crafted act to make more money? Chelsea.
I don't feel like she's that relatable. Like, I don't know. I've never been like, yeah, you know, what she's saying. I guess I did with her one song, Bury a Friend.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, this song is totally me, but that's pretty much it. And it's really not even. Just like a part of it is. I don't know. I like the sound of her music. Like, that's really, and she is really fucking hot. I've thought that before she was legal age too. But I guess now we're allowed to say that, so.
Damn.
What?
Billie Eilish is good. Calm down. And she's like 18.
Yeah, she's 19 now. But, like, I've been listening to her since she was, like, 15.
You tell Chelsea about your movie Practical Effects? No. Unless she was listening earlier.
No, I was out getting pizza.
Well, I'll tell you about it. Basically, it's going to be a movie about me and Paul making a movie. But we have no budget, so for our horror movie, we're going to, like, the character version of us is going to be like, we're going to really kill people for the movie to like, you know.
God.
Yeah. And so then we're going to go on a killing spree and like murder a bunch of people.
Was Paul here when you came
Yeah.
up with this? Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're going to kill a bunch of people and, you know. To like, basically, it's like low budget, and we call it practical effects, you know? It's like we're basically like we're killing people because we have no actual effects budget. So we can't do a convincing fake-looking kill, so instead, we just do the real thing so that it looks real. Billie Eilish is just another mainstream celebrity. She does things and says things to make more money. I want to remind everyone, by the way, to super chat. It's like, what do you mean? So I'm supposed to hate her because she's better at my hustle than I am or something? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like everybody always points to me like, oh my God, Chelsea is the biggest Billie Eilish fan. And I am a big fan, but like I like so much different music. It's not like I'm really like fawning over her. I do listen to her a lot, but I don't know. Like it makes me think about how Ashley is with Halsey.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh my God, like I just want to like touch her hand. Like, you know what I mean? Like crazy about her. And I'm not that level. I like her music enough to listen to it a bunch. But I feel that way about a lot of different bands, so. But she's just like the big name right now. So like everybody's like, oh, Chelsea, you're the person who knows the most about Billie Eilish. I'm like, yeah, I guess that's true out of our friend group. But I remember when we were driving with Taylor and Scotty, and Taylor put on some Billie Eilish. She's like, oh, you like this, don't you? And she just like hated it. Like she was making like throw up faces and stuff at the music. Like she was like disgusted. I'm like, okay, I get it. It's divisive, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know why it is though, because like, I don't know. Let people like what they like.
I don't know. When you started listening to it, I mean, you definitely listen to worse shit.
Yeah,
Than Billie
totally.
Eilish. Like,
absolutely.
There's shit you listen to. I try to like. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna be supportive because like, there's definitely stuff I listen to where she's like rolling her eyes and shit. So I try to be supportive when the bad stuff happens. But there's definitely bad stuff. But Billie Eilish is not that bad. There's definitely worse shit.
Yeah.
There's a fucking song. Like there's a few songs in Chelsea's like playlist that's like, man.
Yeah,
whatever.
he really hates a couple of my songs. But yeah, Derek, it's not like how TJ loves Manson. I'm not that level with Billie. Like, she can do wrong in my eyes. And there's plenty of times I've been like, yeah, I don't like that one, so I'm not going to listen to that song. And that's fine.
Plus them fucking stupid ass fingernails.
Well,
Whoa.
yeah, I don't like when she has the crazy fingernails. But she's toned that down, hasn't she?
I don't know.
In the last video, they weren't as crazy.
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't like those either. I know she probably spent like $500 on that manicure, but it looks like really trashy.
TikTok maybe hate Billie Eilish. I don't know what that is. I know what TikTok is, I guess, but I don't
yeah, I don't know. I was on
one time
TikTok
Chelsea
too.
was watching TikTok next to me in bed, and I was just like, man, TikTok is like the most annoying fucking shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, he's
it was
not
just
a
like
fan.
A barrage of annoying shit, and I'm like, I hate this so much. I hate this is like where this is going. I don't like this at all. I'm gonna be the crotchety old man that rails against this. And that's why I've started making so many of these streams that are so long form and shit, because I'm just like
the opposite.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna do the opposite of this. This is high energy and fucking quick. I'm gonna be low energy and slow as fucking molasses. So, and I'm just gonna talk to people.
It just shows you like the attention span that people have, though.
Yeah, fucking dumb shits.
I mean, I don't know. It's like programmed in our brains at this point, isn't it?
Maybe.
Like, have to like constantly switch to the next thing.
Yeah. TikTok makes you lose brain cells. Well, I guess you'd have to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Because it's really
I think
bad.
I've only laughed out loud like 2 or 3 times ever at a video.
TikTok.
And like not a lot. Just like
Ha. Ha.
That's out of like hours of scrolling.
I don't understand music fans who talk about the artist's looks rather than the music. If you're into looks, go watch porn. If you're into music, what does it matter what the artists look like? I mean, it definitely matters what the artist looks like.
It does. They have like a brand on like who they are.
I mean, like the image is part of it for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain musicians who don't put their look out there, who are like in the background, like Tool and fucking Pink Floyd and shit, where they like front, but they still have some sort of visual representation that accompanies the music.
Yeah.
Like music and visuals have always gone hand in hand, and the aesthetic of the person that's singing to you is definitely a part of that. You know, like going to see a Marilyn Manson show, you want to see him as Marilyn Manson. You don't want to fucking see like some fucking accountant looking motherfucker come out and be like, a rock star, yeah, dude. You know, you don't want to fucking see that. You want to see a fucking gothed out fucking cocaine zombie. You know what I mean?
Okay, that comment is worse than TikTok itself.
TikTok, more like Dick Doc.
Oh, you got him.
Oh, damn, you fucking.
Because that
boom.
makes sense.
You fucking did it. You done it. Give me a 3-hour-long meandering conversation, and I'm happy. Well, here you go.
Yeah, I like this too.
Here you go, motherfucker. So you're talking about movies, baby.
Yeah, movies.
You've seen movies since you've been with me.
This is true.
So we're talking about horror movies in particular. You got any horror movies you want to fucking put up there for discussion?
Which ones did you talk about already?
Bunch, but we can. I mean, it'd be a whole other conversation with you. You're a whole other fucking person, so I know you got a little bit of appreciation for horror. Maybe not on
I do.
the level I do or whatever.
No, but like I also didn't grow up with it.
Yeah.
So there's no nostalgia factor for me.
Truth.
I think my favorite horror movie.
Yeah, what's your favorite scary movie, baby?
As of right now, is the first Nightmare on Elm Street.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I really like that.
So what is it about that one in particular?
It was like very relatable to me because like as a kid, all of my fears were at night in the dark, you know? And I was very terrified of like everything. And I would be scared of sleep because of like the vivid nightmares I would have. And, you know, I had sleep paralysis. So like sleep was already kind of like a scary thing for me. So it just really ignited like my fears, my childhood fears of like night and darkness. It literally like personified that fear into a person, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like that one.
You know what I like about there's a few things I really like about the original Nightmare on Elm Street. So one of the things is someone in the chat just said I like spooky stuff more than horror. Spooky is definitely part of horror, but the cool thing about Nightmare on Elm Street is it kind of like has the spooky stuff and the slasher stuff in the same movie. So it like scares you on two fronts, and it manages both really well.
Yeah, I feel like you have to have both to be like super effective.
And Freddy is such a fucking character too. Like even like obviously he becomes a little cartoonishly over the top in some of the later entries, but like in that initial movie, he's still got a big personality. He's not your typical brooding slasher. He has a sense of humor. There's a fucking glee to him. Like he really fucking not only kills you, but enjoys it so very much in a deeply gleeful way.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
I love the part where he just like cuts himself.
That's the scariest part to me.
Because it's just like it's basically just like I'm doing this to myself. Like think what I'm gonna do to you. Like I don't even give a shit about my own.
Yeah, I literally said that to TJ when I saw that for the first time. That was my exact line.
Right.
I was like, "Holy fuck!"
And that has stuck with me ever since you fucking said it.
Yeah.
And I love the fucking soundtrack on that. I love the little interlude music. I love the it takes the whole parents that won't listen to their kid thing to such an extreme, and you really feel Nancy's frustration.
But not only that, but like the fear of like, I'm literally telling the truth and no one believes me.
Mm-hmm.
And like that means you're totally on your own. Like, especially as a teen, like that's when you realize, well, not for everybody, some people realize it earlier or later, but I feel like that's when I realized, like, fuck, like my parents are not here to help. Like, you are completely on your own and it's terrifying and you're gonna have to figure it out.
Amen. I'm conflicted on Child's Play because I appreciate Buddy, but he'll never be the Lakeshore Strangler. Here's my question. Why is Chucky the Lakeshore Strangler in the first place when he almost never strangles anybody? Like, I guess as a human, he was strangling people. But every time...
You can't really strangle with doll hands.
Yeah, I mean, like, as a doll, he almost never uses strangulation.
Unless you use, like, a rope or cord or something.
He's almost always stabbing or coming up with some other fucking way to do it. But, were the Tremors movies a big part of your childhood, too? I mean, the first Tremors kind of was. But I have to say, it's not one I really revisit very much, because, I don't know. It's fun, I guess, but it's not...
I don't know if I saw that.
Tremors is giant worms in the desert. They hunt by sound. It's basically ripped off from Dune, actually. But it's Kevin Bacon and someone else.
Is it like that episode of The Mandalorian?
Kinda.
That's what I pictured.
Yeah, they call them like graboids or something, and just like there's fucking a bunch of worms in the desert just like eating people, and they're trying to avoid them. It's pretty crazy, I guess.
I actually don't really like Hereditary.
Yeah, Chelsea was not a big fan of Hereditary. It's one of the I don't know. I don't feel like there's too many movies that Chelsea and I are divided on.
I don't really like The Witch that much either.
Yeah, so I guess Chelsea's not vibing with that stuff as much as I am.
Too slow, like it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
To me.
Maybe I don't know, maybe like it...
Like, I realize that there are really cool parts of those films.
Yeah.
But like overall I'm bored by it because there's only like 2 scenes in like each film that are cool.
Well, I feel...
So that doesn't make me say I like the movie.
I feel like you gotta like pay strong attention, but I don't know.
And that might be it too. Maybe I just didn't get it because I wasn't paying close enough attention. Because I do that in movies. If I'm bored, I just like cannot even.
Right. Chelsea's not going to give it like...
ADD as fuck when it comes to that.
So I don't know. Maybe she's not like getting with the vibe as much because she's like not going to give it that much. I mean, this is why I tried to show her A Quiet Place. Like...
Yeah.
It's just like as soon as the as soon as
it
the
kind of
long...
makes me sound stupid, but yeah, I need things happening like on the screen, like not constantly. I don't need like Michael Bay. But
I mean, I feel like there's definitely people for whom a slow pace will fuck up a movie.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be like really, really, really good.
Yeah, because like the Lighthouse.
Like the Lighthouse, that was the first one that came to my head. Like I was totally entranced in that movie. But there's a lot of scenes in that movie that are really cool, and I can't say that about The Witch.
I feel like there's a lot of scenes in like The Witch and Hereditary that are pretty cool too, but like, you know,
more or the same amount.
No.
Okay.
No, The Lighthouse is better than both of those, no doubt.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we agree on that.
But I mean, anyway, for me, they are. I'd be happy if movies slowed down a bit with delivery. I mean,
I would say mainstream. Yeah, you're probably right.
So for me, like, I don't know, a movie's pace should be dictated by the kind of movie it is and the effect you want it to have. I think that what the Hereditary and The Witch do is they fucking, if you really invest yourself and like make that commitment to them, they will cast a spell where you're really drawn in a very tense way and you're watching it like a very edge of your seat kind of fucking thing where it's like, you know, the slow pace becomes filled with like a suspense. The Thing, once again, is the fucking masterclass in this. The Thing, of course, is punctuated by a lot of crazy moments, but most of The Thing is a very slow-paced fucking film. It just happens to have some like big, crazy monster fucking moments where you're your mind is blown and you're just waiting for it to pop off again.
What's another like more recent film
More recent film.
that's like that you consider slow pace?
Slow paced movies that are like recent? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really watch a whole lot of new films. So it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, I need some action or like something weird or like attention grabby or like interesting in some way. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely movie like, okay, so there was a movie, and it's well regarded by a lot of horror fans. Maniac Cop. I actually found that I really liked. I thought that I was just against the concept of it, but then when Maniac Cop 2, I watched that. I'm like, oh, I got really way easily into that. I was like, oh yeah, Maniac Cop 2. This is kind of fun. But the original Maniac Cop, like, I had it was like one of the roughest times I've ever had watching a movie on Joe Bob's show. Because I love this show. I love his commentary and shit. And he can get me through movies that normally I would be like, okay, I don't know if I can get through this fucking movie. And Maniac Cop is definitely one that I probably would not have been able to watch if it wasn't on the last drive-in. And even then, it took me like 3 or 4 sit-downs to get through the fucking thing.
The house that Jack built. Yeah.
Yeah, the house that Jack... I wouldn't really consider that slow-paced, though. I feel like a lot happens in that.
Yeah.
That kind of keeps shit going. But I like that fucking movie.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like distinct movies that I haven't seen like 800 million times before.
I did not like how that movie ended, though.
Yeah.
That was
But
way...
it's memorable, though, even if you don't like it.
Yeah, I guess. But I don't know. I thought that, I mean, it just... Like, I knew it was going to happen so far in advance, and it really wasn't suspenseful at that point. I'm just like, okay, so he's going to fall in, and he does. And it's like, all right. Cool. What about The Shining? The Shining is I mean, that's another fucking super atmospheric, slow movie.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe I forgot about The Shining. That's like one of my favorites.
Yeah. So, so the slow pace is definitely not, in and of itself, what kills movies for you. Because there's definitely some slow-paced, like, horror films that you're like, okay. Mandy, honestly, is pretty slow.
Yeah. So I can't believe, like, I guess I feel like overall my favorite is The Shining.
Yeah.
But, like, I almost don't think of that as horror. It is horror, but it's, like, a different kind of horror.
Remember that wacky-ass motherfucking werewolf movie we watched?
Well,
What the fuck was that called?
I was just about to ask that. Why did we watch that?
I don't know. We were just scrolling through. It was literally
Yeah,
just like one of those.
Antichrist is very fucking slow.
What was it fucking called?
Chaos Reigns.
It wasn't called Chaos Reigns. What the fuck was it called? It was like the weirdest motherfucking movie.
Was it the 90s or the 80s?
It was. I think it was the 90s, maybe. I don't know. Fuck.
Yeah, you're not gonna find it with that. You're gonna have to be more specific.
Artsy? I don't know what fucking word to use. Oh, maybe it's on this collider list. No.
I'd be very surprised if it was.
That's it.
The Company of Wolves.
I'd be very surprised if well, fucking
okay,
let me
you're
see
right.
your surprised face then. Wow, yeah.
I'm
okay.
very surprised.
Cool. The Company of Wolves by Neil Jordan.
I think it's worth a watch. I would definitely recommend it.
It's definitely worth a watch.
It's weird.
I guess the same dude directed Interview with a Vampire, which I also like, by the way.
Yeah.
So fucking weird motherfucking movie. Don't expect it to make sense. Give wave sense goodbye like right in the fucking opening moments and be like, okay, I'm done with sense.
She's here, but I thought it
Yeah.
was happening then.
Nope.
Kind of shit.
Don't even fucking
like
don't even
it doesn't
try.
make any sense.
Don't even fucking try.
Have you ever seen It Follows?
No, but Paul was
either.
in here recommending that earlier, so maybe I'm gonna watch that tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, The Company of Wolves was weird for sure.
Yeah, dude. You ever want to watch a fucking messed up, fucking crazy ass movie?
I don't know. Would you call it crazy? It's crazy in the sense of like, does not make any sense.
Yeah. And it's also, I don't know.
But it's not like action packed crazy or something.
I mean, it's not action packed, but it's definitely like stuff packed.
Yeah, there's tons of shit that happens in it.
Things. There's
That's
never
probably
stuff,
why it doesn't make sense.
There's never a moment where something isn't happening.
Yeah.
There's always something happening in it. Do the things that happen relate to each other? I guess tangentially.
Maybe.
By like, you know what they often say about movies like that don't make sense? They'll start tossing around the term dream logic.
Yeah.
It operates on dream logic.
Well, she fucking wakes up at the end.
Does she though?
Nobody knows.
Because it's kind of like the wolves break through. I don't know. Whatever. You got to see it.
Yeah.
Company of Wolves. 1980 fucking 7 or some bullshit, I think.
Bloop, bloop,
Whatever.
plop,
It's an
plop,
80s
bloop,
movie, I
bloop.
believe. Check that motherfucker out.
Yeah.
You'll have fun. And by the way, one of the fucking coolest practical effect werewolf transformations I've ever seen. I honestly thought that The Howling and fucking
Werewolf in London.
yeah, were like the only contenders for best werewolf transformation. I was fucking wrong. Company of Wolves definitely has a fucking competitor for that coveted top slot. I still think London wins it, but maybe it's a competitor for the number 2 slot. Yeah, dream logic equals no logic. Dream logic equals the director did whatever the fuck he wanted and didn't care if it made sense.
Sounds fun.
Here's a series of scenes. Enjoy. And that, hey, you can have fun with that.
Do you want anything?
I want a kiss. Mwah. Love you, baby.
Love you. I'm going to be back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you grab like a little snacky or something, I don't know. You just bring me some water. Water. Bring me some water. Yeah, Angela Lansbury's in it. That's true. She is. She's whatever. You'll like it. Murder, she wrote. Werewolf, she wrote. You'll enjoy. The Company of Wolves. Scruss, I saw Willie. I don't know. I'm not reading that. Bunch of damn gibberish. Bunch of jam gibberish. You know what I mean? It blows my motherfucking mind, boy. Show us that kiss. Dude, I cannot stand the films of David Lynch. I don't know what it is. I've tried. I cannot see. Maybe on my deathbed, I'll see it one last time and be like, I get it now. But I don't get it. I don't get it. What's the oldest movie you enjoy? Probably Metropolis. I like his version of Dune, even though he hates it. I agree with him that it sucks. If David Lynch says that his version of Dune sucks, I have to agree with the auteur himself. Notice how the edible bug discourse has resurfaced. You know what? I'm over it. I'm ready to eat bugs. Bring on the bugs. Bring on the bugs. I'm ready to be a bug-eating motherfucker. I'm ready to fucking chow down on some cicada guts. Bring them on. I've had it with the discourse. I'm ready to give up and eat the fucking bugs. I was never passionate about it. I was always on the fucking I don't want to eat bugs side. But at this point, I'm ready to eat the fucking bugs. Yeah, you've sold me on it. I'm ready to eat them. You know, at first I'll only eat them when you disguise them, but I'll come around to just eating the motherfuckers right off the fucking branch. I don't give a shit. I'm ready for it. Fry them up. I'm ready to see fucking cockroach fricassee on the menu at my local 5-star motherfucking restaurant, all right? Yeah, I think that was the earliest propaganda was Timon and Pumbaa, because you got to admit, those bugs that Timon and Pumbaa ate looked fucking satisfying as fuck. And I think might have been an early fucking vor fetish fucking trigger in my mind too, so hey. Yeah, dude. Slimy yet satisfying. Gazoon tight. Gazoon tight. Yeah, the inevitable imitation bug. All natural plant-based bug meat. Yeah, dude, you see Timon and Pumbaa eating on them buggy boys, you know? You feel weird. You feel a little hungry. You feel a little horny. It's a weird thing. At least I'm speaking for myself. I don't know. You guys might not have had a similar experience. Eat bugs, not people. Bug meat. I'm just going to put it out there on Twitter that I'm ready to eat the bugs. I want people to know. There we go. Boom. It's out there. I've taken my stance. Everyone go fucking steel man my stance. How many people are still watching this bullshit? 284? Hey, I started to see 284 likes on my bug-eaten take. Impossible bug meat. I'm ready. I'm hungry for bug meat. Let's get ready to eat them motherfucking bugs, bitch. Oh. Corporations want you to eat the bugs, though. Yeah, I'm happy to oblige. Salt them motherfuckers up. Cover them in some processed cheese. Hell, I had escargot already. I already eaten one of the nastiest motherfucking bugs there is. I ate a fucking nasty-ass, disease-infested fucking snail. Sauteed up in some fucking butter, dude. It fucking tasted fine. It tasted pretty fucking good, if we're being honest. Eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Don't need kisses. Don't need hugs. Just need to spend all day eating bugs. Is that cultural appropriation just now? If so, what culture? Suddenly, TJ is a champion of bug eating. Yeah, I've been paid off. Been paid off by the fucking them. You know what I mean? Abolish our borders. Eat bugs. Let's eat bugs. Let's eat bugs. Fuck loving them. We don't need to love bugs. We need to eat bugs. We have a few bugs we selectively don't eat. Ladybugs, we don't eat because they're cute. We don't eat ladybugs. We don't eat dragonflies because I like dragonflies. And we don't eat cockroaches because they're just kind of gross. But everything else is a fucking buffet, man. We're going to fucking chow down. And I mean, honestly, we'll start eating cockroaches after a while. But like, you know, at first, we can't go right into eating cockroaches. You got to start with some, like, you know, more appetizing bugs.
What's an appetizing bug?
Like a grasshopper, maybe.
Doesn't sound appetizing.
Yeah, is for a bug though? What bug are you gonna eat if you have to eat a bug?
I don't know. A gnat.
You ain't gonna get nothing out of that.
I know, but then I don't have to taste it.
What if
You
it's
said
good?
if I have to eat a bug.
Have you ever had any escargot?
Yeah.
That's kind of a bug.
So maybe worms will taste good.
Yeah, how about a fucking big old plate of fried worms? Look like curly fries. Let's say maybe at first you're a little off-put by it, but you take a bite and it's actually really fucking good. You think you could get over it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I could definitely get over it.
Cool.
But it would be very hard for me to take that bite.
Yeah, me too. It would definitely be a little bit of work to give me. I might have to get a little drunk.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. But I'm ready, goddammit. We're bug eaters now. I've made the commitment. As soon as because they're rolling out all this bug meat now. So I'm embracing it. I'm embracing the fucking future. I ain't gonna be one of these old fogies that takes fucking forever to come around to shit. Whatever dumb shit the next generation comes up with, I'm down. We wear fucking underwear on our heads now. Doing it. Done. Consider it fucking done. I'm on board with all your fucking wild bullshit. Be like Randy Marsh fucking pretending he likes whatever that fucking music is. Tween Wave or whatever the fuck. I'm ready. Actually, I'm not going to pretend to like your guys' music. It is shit.
I like some of it.
Mealworm is turned into flour. Easiest way to get it down. Cool. Bring it on. Bring it the fuck on.
So do you have like worm bread?
I offended the mods for calling you a weirdo, lol. What? What are you yammering about, you fucking psychopath?
They called you a weirdo and they got timed out.
Oh, well, good. Fuck them. Don't fucking be talking shit, bitch. Was it Mendacious C that kicked? I bet it was Mendacious C. He's my draconian. I love Mendacious C. Such a prick. He's a prick in my favor. Boop. You're so beautiful. Love you, baby.
I love you.
I didn't see it. Oh, well, it wasn't him. Well, fuck you then, Mendacious C. You're slipping. Sorry, TJ. Sorry for what? Oh, yeah, you're the jerk. Don't call me weird. You fucking prick. I've never done nothing to you. I'm pro rights for bugs. You sicken me. You sicken me to the very deepest core of my fucking being.
Do bugs have feelings?
It's okay to eat bugs, 'cause they don't have any feelings. Something in the way. Yeah. Ooh. I'm actually quite nice in real life. Who cares? This ain't real life. This is fucking internet. And here, you're a mean motherfucker.
It's why he's nice in real life. Because he takes it out here.
I'd rather be weird than normal, TJ. Yeah. Who the fuck wants to sit around watching some normal fuck say have a bunch of normal thoughts and feelings about shit? Would that be entertaining to anyone?
What
Bug.
the fuck is normal?
I don't even know anymore. I don't know if I ever did. I'm not even real. Good.
Oh, shit.
You're a total fucking fake. Non-existent piece of shit.
That guy isn't even here. on this planet.
That's my animator. Well, it's not my animator, but he animated my cartoon.
Yeah.
TJ, what, you eat a spider?
What,
or
you
somebody
eat a spider?
Gave you $1 million to do it?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, fucking, I'll do. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'll eat it for $1 million.
Wait, can I cook it? Or is it live?
I mean, whatever.
Because the answer is still yes, but I'm going to need a lot of therapy after if it's alive.
Not $1 million worth, though.
No.
Don't mind me. I'm just a normal guy passing through. Cool. More of that cartoon, please. It was awesome.
I agree.
Cool.
I watch it often.
He reanimated TJ. Yeah, it's a fun one.
I made the mistake of showing it to my dad, though.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. He was like weirded out.
I'm scared.
Not like he didn't say he was, but I could feel it.
I could feel the fear within
You know what I
him.
mean? He's like, is he like into like demonic sex shit? I was like, that's real funny, Dad. I was like, yeah, just like the cartoon. Haha.
When's the next cartoon? Apparently there's a script for it, or like a rough script that I haven't read yet.
You haven't read that?
No.
Oh, babe.
Yeah.
You slack-a-lack.
Because the idea, I don't know. I haven't committed on what the second one should be yet. The second one I feel like is the hardest one to choose what the fucking shit should be. Because I feel like it establishes tone more than anything else. Oh, yeah. Corey voiced the big titty demon girl. Clickbatia.
Go sub to his channel. He
Yeah,
puts out cartoons all
He
the time.
emanates things. I'll show a fucking emanation.
Yeah. Good idea. Louisiana versus Kentucky. I like Kentucky better. TJ likes Louisiana better. It's because that's where we're from.
Let's see here. I gotta put you guys over the chat for a second. I guess it's still over there. Let's see. What's a good one here? What's good? Damn, they all suck.
That one's good.
This one?
Or, I know you like the Dexter's Mom one.
Yeah, that one is good. Yeah. Dexter's mom has got it going on. Hold on. All right. This is the World TJ Does Life premiere of this fucking Dexter's Mom cartoon. Do it like this. I guess I'll leave the chat on the screen.
TJ, get out of my room! Can't you see I'm eagerly awaiting my new pals? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! Hey, you fellas.
Yeah, man, hey.
Thanks for coming over to hang out.
Yeah, I figured it was a good idea to get to know you better ever since we saw you get picked up by your mom.
Kind of a weird reason, but come on up to my room. I can show you something really cool.
So, what's with that accent? You Spanish or something? I couldn't help but notice we walked by your parents' room. When we gonna check all that out?
Alright, guys, check this out. Just promise you won't tell anybody.
Totally, dude, totally. So, about your parents' room. Whoa.
Pretty rad, huh? Now, if you do want to take this baby out for a spin, feel free to just ask. It can reach up to Mach. Hey, what are you guys doing over there?
What are these?
These? Just monitors for the house. Never know when you'll need to see what's going on behind the scenes.
You got one in the bathroom, so like we can, if like your mom, like if she uses the bathroom, can we watch your mom use the bathroom?
What? No, that's weird and gross. Besides,
Come on,
even if I
Dexter.
did, impossible. My mother is away.
Oh, man.
Dexter
But
should have been
anyway,
like,
how about we go
oh,
ahead and
sure, I do
play
this all
some
the
laser tag
time.
with the real lasers.
Whoa, is this a time machine?
What, that old thing?
The Dexter's voice
Yeah.
needs work.
So we could like go back in time when your mom was here.
Yeah,
when
get
she
some
was,
fucking
like,
better voice actors,
getting out
for
of the
fuck's
shower
sake.
or something.
Wait a minute. You're just here because you're attracted to my mother. Find him. Get inside.
Yeah.
Dexter! There! Are you happy now?
Dexter!
Whoa.
Yeah. His shirt
That's it.
answers.
I'm no longer having any more friends other. I'm fed up with it. You lost your chance to spend time with the coolest kid in school. Get out, get out, get out! What?
Hey Dexter, I was wondering.
What? You here to see my mom's nude body too?
Whoa, whoa, hey man, no, it's not like that.
You not?
No way, man. I'm here for your dad.
Muffin time.
Dexter's mom has got it going on.
There you go.
I love that.
Is this really Meat Canyon? No,
No.
it's not Meat Canyon. It's Corey Clayton, the fucking dude who animated the TJ stuff. The TJ episode and voiced Clickbatia.
TJ's Demons.
TJ Sha. So there you go. Go subscribe to his shit. Go join the 25.7 thousand other people that have subscribed. The fuck?
Oh, fuck. LOL. The
You know?
crying.
Meh. Can't impress everyone, I guess. Not bad.
Ingrid is harsh tonight.
Someone in the chat misled me. Damn. Sorry about that.
Dexter's mum.
In before dad fart. What?
I don't know. I don't know if you can recommend other ones because, like, we don't know other people.
Thank you for sharing all seriousness. Very sweet. No. Nope.
Yeah.
What's this channel
That's
called?
so nice.
This channel is called Corey Clayton. He's right above you. He's
He's
literally
right there. That's
literally right above you
that's him.
right now.
With the blue and the wrench.
I want those Ingrid clappers. What?
Use
What happened?
muffin time.
I still maintain my weight at exactly 666 pounds. That is a fat fucking commitment to the devil. Right there. You and Chelsea are so cute. Yes.
Says taco face parts.
Mostly me. Mostly me, though. Right?
TJ's a jerk.
Taco face fart. Taco face fart.
Yeah, it says, do you share any music taste? I really like Manson too.
Yeah.
Just not as much as TJ.
Yeah, we got some shit in common.
What else do we like?
I don't know.
Well, what
Look.
do you like? And I'll tell you if I like it.
I mean, I like a lot of classic rock and shit, too.
That's true. You kind of
And-
like opened me up to 80s music
and
way
you're like
more.
we're like probably half and half on that, I guess. It's probably
Yeah.
half you like and half you're like, this is too much. This is too 80s for me.
Yeah, some stuff is way too 80s. Like what? What's the last thing I said was? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I know there's been a few that are like way too 80s. Where were you on 6606, TJ? I don't know.
I distinctly remember where I was.
I don't remember where I was at all. I don't even know if I recognized that that was a cool thing that was happening.
I was I was with my extremely religious grandmother praying because it was the end of times.
Oh. Was it the end of times because it was 6606?
Yes.
Okay.
All day.
And then what happened when time didn't end? She stopped being Christian?
We just like moved on. Didn't talk about it.
Was she just like, well, false alarm? Like, at what point did she call it? Like, was it midnight? She's like, well, I guess it's not.
Yeah, there was never an admission. It was just like we had to like be afraid and like pray all day.
Yeah?
Like praying to go to heaven or whatever
Uh-huh.
and repenting.
Right.
And then we went to bed before midnight because it was '06, so I was like in elementary school still.
Right. But like the world's ending, right? So
yeah, but we went to bed at like normal time, and when we woke up, the world wasn't over, and we moved on, and it was just the next day, and nobody talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I feel like if I was older, I probably would have said something, but I was just very relieved.
It's like, well,
I was like, shit.
The world didn't end.
Everything seems the same. If I'm dead, like, it still seems the same, so whatever.
Crazy how the world didn't end there.
Or maybe it did. Smart grandma. Yeah, I have a lot of stories like that.
Yeah, like the time.
The clock was broken.
Yeah.
So the clock was like ticking backwards, like when the handles was broken.
Yeah.
And my grandma freaked out and said that
time itself has reversed. The world is coming to a close.
Yeah. So we all had to pray, and everybody was like sad and like crying and freaked out, which is weird because
I have to adjust my balls. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know. Like,
Gotta
I don't know.
do a ball adjustment.
I don't know why we're sad if we're supposed to be going to heaven or whatever.
Because who knows?
But
Maybe,
like,
maybe you're not good enough.
Everybody crying.
God is a picky motherfucker. So
Right. Like, everybody was just scared.
He could easily just be like, you're not good enough. Hell.
We're just fucking crying and like praying and shit. And it's very scary and emotional.
You doubted me for an instant. Hell with you.
And they like touch each other.
Please, Jesus. Please, Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. TJ Pants Cam. Yeah.
So you didn't have any like religious shit like that growing up? Nothing like that?
No, my parents weren't insane. I remember playing Christian death metal on some radio stations on 6606. It was the funniest thing I ever heard as an 11-year-old.
Nice. Yeah.
Christian
I remember
death
that
metal.
shit.
What the fuck? What?
Oh, yeah.
Death metal, though?
It's pretty metal.
Okay.
But it's really lame because...
A clock reversed and your grandma thought the world ended? She thought it was ending. She thought literally like the clock's going backwards, time has reversed.
Right.
It's the end times.
Because the clock can't just be broken.
Yeah, reality itself is broken.
Because God does, God literally does everything. Like, everything works because of God. So, if the clock's going backwards, that means God is doing that.
Got a donation in here from Kirk Coble. $5 Canadian. She says, I just got home from visiting my grandma, and she said, all Muslims are evil, every single one. That's enough family for one day.
Yeah, I would say so.
Well, you know how it is.
They're all evil.
That's nice, Grandma.
Even the children.
Goodbye now.
Yeah, we had, really not a similar situation, but kind of the same idea lately, where it was like family time and then shit kind of gets weird and it's just like, okay, I'm done.
Well, family time's over now.
Yeah, like it's not really like a fight has to happen or anything, but like it could possibly pop off. So you're like, all right.
Well, that's enough of the old family for now. It's time to go back into seclusion.
Yep. I didn't handle snakes because I was too young, but I saw people handling snakes at church.
Apparently, and I just learned this last night, there's a bunch of Pentecostals in Korea.
Yeah. That was weird.
I had no idea.
So the world ending to a Christian who takes that shit seriously is just like everything in Revelation happens, right?
Yeah.
It's like Jesus takes all the saved people up to heaven and then everybody else gets all the perils of like, I don't know, the fucking horsemen of the apocalypse or whatever. I think. See, I was brainwashed into it and I still don't even know the answer.
My grandma tried to kill herself and left a note blaming my aunt, her daughter, because she wouldn't spend the night at the nursing home when she was visiting. What?
Jesus Christ.
Did anyone ever get bit by a snake?
Not that I saw.
It's because they had faith.
Yep. They also like would have people who are like deathly ill or like blind or and shit. Like they'd bring them up on the stage and like faith heal them.
What's the theology behind snake handling? Is it like God won't let the snake bite you? Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. There's like
And
some
if
verse.
it does, it's not gonna like the poison can't get through you or whatever.
Yeah.
Or venom, I mean.
A bunch of people have died because of that.
Oh god, yeah. Like some of the top snake handlers in Kentucky are dead.
Yeah, go figure. I guess they didn't have enough faith. Maybe, I don't know.
There are some extremely venomous snakes in Kentucky.
Yes.
Like they teach it to us when we're very young in school to be like on the lookout for these certain types of snakes because that's how bad they are.
Yeah. There's some snakes like that around here too.
Yeah, I just don't go out in the wilderness here because there's so much crap trying to eat you.
So, in other words, all the religious assholes be removed from the earth. Good.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Remember that stupid fucking quiz I took earlier that fucking wouldn't even give me results? How you want to think about BuzzFeed? At least I'll give you your fucking quiz result.
That's true. I'm gonna get some more pizza.
All right.
Do you want anything?
No. I don't think so. How does them dying of getting bit by a snake not in that religion, lol? Because it's not about logic. It is about faith, which is the antithesis of logic. Your beard is glorious. Damn. Thank you. Do a BuzzFeed quiz. All right. I guess I should do that. Or can do that. Let's see here. Let me move that there. All right. Quizzes. Oh, here we go. We were talking about horror movies earlier, so make a weird sandwich and we'll give you a weird horror movie to watch while you eat it. All right. So I gotta make a weird sandwich. All right, so I guess I'll do... What am I spreading on this weird sandwich? Some honey, maybe?
Hey, that would be a good quiz.
What?
Which TJ Kirk hairstyle are you?
Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll do it. So what's on my... Okay, so I have honey on my sandwich. What's on the next weird layer of this weird sandwich? A bar of chocolate. I guess I'm going to go for a sweet sandwich. Second layer. Man, this is going to be a weird motherfucker. I have chocolate and... Honey. I guess, I'll do the bologna. Add a green. Fuck, at this point, I feel like I'm just going to go with lettuce because it'll be the least offensive of those. Have to add another ingredient to this motherfucker. Potato chips. Oh, I love Christine.
Oh, that's a good one.
I was just talking to my mom about why I love Christine last night, I think. I was telling her that I love the fact that the car is evil right off the assembly line. There's no ancient Indian burial ground. There's no murdered soul of a serial killer or any of that shit. They don't even try to explain it. The car is just evil the moment it's created. Evil and alive. Very, very odd. There's an episode of Voyager that basically jacked the plot for Christine, where Lieutenant Tom Paris falls in love with a ship that has an AI that integrates directly with with the brain of the pilot, anticipates their needs. But of course, he falls in love with the AI, and it turns out that she's a manipulative psycho that wants to use him for her own ends. Much like the plot of Christine. It's possessed, isn't it? It's literally never explained. I like it that way. You never hear, there's never an explanation as to why Christine is an evil car, why it's alive. It's beautiful. Strange enough, I was also talking to Teach Mom about how I love Christine last night. Damn. Damn. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Ugh. All right. Well, seems like my super chats have pretty much dried up at this point. And the conversation seems to be winding its way on the downward trajectory. Haven't had a new topic come up in a while. I don't care what the car is in the book. We're talking about the movie. Imagine if Marilyn Manson had a Cockney accent. No, I don't want to.
I like it.
I don't want it. TJ's grift died. Yeah. But don't worry, I'll be back with more grift later. But hope you guys enjoyed. See you motherfuckers next time. Chelsea says bye.